Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SportsGamer. A final belated Happy New Year to you all. Welcome back to the Wraparound. This is the show where we take a look at all the goings-on throughout the ECL and its 5 tiers as we get to talk about today not only the end of the regular season in all of those tiers, but of course, we get a little mini preview of the postseason to come. As always, there is a lot to talk about, so let's get down to business. Let us kick things off today by talking about the ECL's top tier. It is the Elite Division. Finishing at the top of the standings, of course, 28 games played this year as opposed to our typical 30 due to a DNF, of course, that we'll talk about shortly. But it is Parasite finishing atop the board as they were all season long. They held that top position over the course of the full season. They did miss out on a perfect penalty kill and lost out on the top face-off percentage at the end of the season. But what more can you say about this team? Vatu, 65 goals and 104 points while missing out on 2 extra games that he normally would have had. The fact that Nicky Dangles on 96 points wasn't the team leading scorer is absolutely unbelievable. Teemu, 64 points as a defenseman. Even Tombo's 47. We're going to take a look at the league leaders in points, and he is very much up there amongst defenders. And, of course, the goaltending as well. Nikke and Finsere both above 80%. An unbelievable team this year. Parasite, our number 1 seed heading into the postseason. You had Totari moving up an extra position to snag that 2 seed heading into the playoffs as well. When you talk about their lineup this season and what they were able to accomplish, Pro Filipaki leading the way at 56 points and a team leading 29 goals on the season. You know, this is more of kind of, I don't want to say like the standard point totals you could expect to see for one of our top seeds in the playoffs, but it is certainly more likely than just the ridiculousness that Parasite were able to put out there this season. And shout out to Stammer in goal. Obviously, right now, any sort of award finalists are not decided, but if Stammer's not up there for goaltender of the season, there is something wrong in terms of the selection process. Mustakalta finishing in 3rd, missing out on a perfect PK as well at the end of the season. They dropped down from that 2 seed, but still a top 3 finish. Very, very strong for them. What a season it was for Aro. 40 goals, 69 points. Alupakas up there as well. Launanen, the front 3, all with at least 54 points. Both defensemen over 30 points. And Latve as well. Somebody else we're going to be talking about, I'm sure, quite a bit when it comes to award conversations towards our final. Voitimaton held down that 4th position, maybe a little bit more, further back than some people expected them to be, but 17 wins on the season. Undefeated? Well, not quite, but it was still a very strong season for the likes of Eki, Tempinen, and of course Patzlaff in his return to the team on 44 points. In terms of the goaltending, strong numbers from Zande and Hansalino, but obviously we have seen that they only finished in 4th. Strong goaltending and some good point totals wasn't enough to lock down one of those top positions. A big shout out to Mythics, who found themselves in 5th place, up 3 spots from the last week and up 5 spots in total over the last 2 weeks. What a charge to find themselves in the postseason. While the Blackjacks moved up into 6th position, and Exon up by 3 points, or 3 spots, I should say, from 10th to finish 7th. They avoid the fewest goals for in the league and avoid disaster as well. A team viewed as many, or by many, as top 4 worthy. they instead will have themselves a tall task in the first round. And Goons avoid disaster. They were down 3 spots, but hold on to our final playoff spot in 8th place. They are postseason bound. Now, obviously, I'd love to take a look at every single one of these teams in regards to stats, but again, we have a lot to cover, not only in Elite, but further on as well. We'll talk about the top 8 again momentarily. Let's mention the Polsky boys, down 3 spots this week, or through the final week of the season, and down 4 spots in total over the final 2 weeks. They, might feel a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to lock down a playoff spot, because they very much had it within their grasp and it slipped through their fingers, but they are confirmed back into Elite next season, as are Tiki Talk, up 1 more spot to secure 10th. They moved up 4 positions over the last 2 weeks of the season to lock down one of those safety positions. Vesapampa, very up and down season for them, but up 3 spots over the last week of the season. They are safe heading in to our spring campaign. And then Hamo, down 3 positions over the last week. They were on the cusp of the playoffs, won't be able to make it on pace, but again, have safety for next season. While the next 3, Roots Gaming, Renascore, and the Fallon Coal Miners, will find themselves battling for safety with a Pro Division club. For Roots, found themselves Renascore as well in one of these positions for the vast majority of the season, but what a disappointment it was for the Fallon Coal Miners, who were in free fall over the last couple of weeks of the season and simply could not maintain a hot start. And of course, Unwanted are automatically relegated club with the DNF on the season. But you look here at some of these markers, and again, for Parasite, the points per game, just 1 loss on the season, absolutely outrageous. And of course, bolstered by the top goals for, look at the separation they had between second place Mustakalta at a 5.32. Absolutely insane. Of course, on the other side of that, you have Renascore, the only team under a 2. Look at Mythics and Exon, both playoff teams, but at a 2.32. That'll be a concern for both of those clubs heading into the postseason. Well, in terms of the goaltending and the goals against, it was Parasite, top defense out there, only team under a 2.0 goals against average in the league so far this season. Whereas, well, on the other side, no surprise, and outside of Goons, no team that made the playoffs, or, none of the teams here in the mix made the playoffs except for Goons, at a 3 goals against per game. And obviously, that number could look worse, given that they've drawn Parasite in the first round. Top power play in the league, Parasite, of course, nearly at 46%. Goons on 9% as well, the lowest power play in the league before playing Parasite here in the postseason. Totarit finishes with the worst penalty kill at 62.5%. They will have to clean that up. They are taking on Exon, and again, Exon will have a lot to prove in the playoffs, while Polsky boys had the top PK, but could not get that to translate to the playoffs. Meanwhile, of course, Parasite very much up there as well. Worth noting for Parasite here, too. And again, this is just to showcase the dominance, fewest amount of penalties in the league as well. They do not give up penalty killing opportunities, whereas, hey, for Exon, for Totarit, that is, of course, a preview of the first round matchup right there. That series very well could come down to who stays out of the box, given that they were the top 2 teams in terms of penalties. For the face-offs, Renascore at the bottom, but Mythics, Exon, both there around 46, if not 47%. They need to clean that up, of course. Top face-off percentage heading into the playoffs is Voitomatone. A decent, sign for them as they try to, kind of shine through and live up to the expectations of, hey, this is a team that should be able to make it into a championship situation, of course. The Blackjacks, least physical team in the league. We'll see, of course, if the playoffs provide anything different. Meanwhile, Goons, of course, led up to their namesake. But I mentioned that we were going to take a look here at some of the stats, and indeed we will if I can get the page to load. There we go. So, 4-year skaters, of course, we got to go regular season. It was Vatu leading the way in points on 104. Nikki Dangles, Benito, party time for Tiki Talk. Tremendous season there. And Aro in the top 5. Temu, number 6 as a defenseman, is ridiculous. Was tied in points with Eki. You had Profilapaki, Alopekas, And Tamex also up there for Tiki Talk at 54 points. Top goal scorer, of course, was Vatu, and look at the separation. 25 more goals than Aro. Nikki Dangles in third, party time. Then Tunkelia for Polsky Boys. Again, for Polsky Boys, it's going to feel like they left a little bit on the table. It's got to be a bit of a disappointment to have not made the playoffs. Good season, of course, for Sokolo, Koloslav, and for Sokolo, being up there for another non-playoff team, let alone a team finding themselves in a relegation series position. And of course, there's so much more to look at here throughout the season. I like tracking, most PIMs and everything like that, the most checks, and as that goes. But again, so much to cover throughout all of these different leagues. So I'll keep it simple in regards to points. Amongst defenders, of course, Temu was up there. Tombo, second in points amongst defenders. The separation these two had from everybody else was ridiculous. Pensas Mias up there, tied for third with Psycho Skills, who had a great return to the Elite Division, and of course is playoff bound with the Blackjacks. Sisu continuing to really improve, getting onto everybody's radar for the 1v1 side of things, but still being a very steady force back there for Goons this season on the blue line. Of course, Jamal the Man for Voitamaton, the Mustakalta duo of Mise and Nuari Jamal, Easy Sniper for Goons, and Kungan Kierva up there on 28 points. And of course, for the goals, it's Temu and his ability to jump into the play and make things happen. He certainly did make things happen for Parasite. And of course, last but not least, the goaltender, Stammer, locking down the most wins with 20 out of 28 games played. Every single game, of course, played by him. In terms of save percentage, though, Stammer led the way, 86%. Only Latve had above, at least in terms of the amount of games played. Actually, that's unfair to Circula, of course, up there at an 81. So the sort's a little bit weird for some reason. Not sure why. But Latve over 80% as a full-time starter. Nike and Finsere, of course, a part of a tandem. Circula, really good season. Rico, a really good season. And even Kazu's way down here on the sort. I'm not sure what's going on with the save percentage sort there. But for goalies, 4 shutouts leading the way. It was Latve for Mustakalta. So, as I mentioned, for the skaters, of course, there's always so much that we could take a look at for the other stats, even points and stuff like that. But again, I'll keep it simple because, of course, all this information is available to you all as well. And we still have our other tiers to talk about. But we also have the postseason to talk about. As mentioned, your 4 matchups in the quarterfinals for the Elite Division. Parasite taking on Goons. It would be one of the biggest upsets in ECL history if Goons are able to get it done. We'll see if the holiday break perhaps disrupt the momentum of Parasite. Time will tell. The battle of 2 versus 7. Certainly some upset potential for Exon. We have talked about it all season long, though. Can they live up to their expectations heading into the year? You knock off Totarit, you'll certainly be right back on track, but Totarit, a very strong team. You did not earn that 2 seed over the likes of the other playoff teams you see here without being an incredibly solid team and certainly a threat, although Parasite very much the favorite heading into this. Mustakalta and the Blackjacks. Can the Blackjacks finally get out of the first round? That'll be the question there. Again, Mustakalta, though, tall task. And certainly as that 3 seed, you could very well have that, the future matchup. Totarit, Parasite, unless there's an upset on one of those 2 sides. But you can only look at the team that's in front of you. Right now, it's the Blackjacks, who continue to have that staying power in the Elite Division, especially as a postseason level team. Voitamaton and Mythics. Mythics, again, going to be looking to pull off an upset. They did a great job in the back half of the season to move into a playoff spot, but Voitamaton, they have that experience. They know what it takes to get to the top of the mountain. Granted, it has been far too long. I'm sure every single member of that team will tell you, especially the ones that have been to the top of the mountain since Voitamaton's been there. We'll see if they're able to do so. Again, postseason kicks off on Monday, January 6th. Odds are you're watching this during our live broadcast. Hey, it's coming up shortly. But before that, we have some other leagues to talk about and some other things in general. As, of course, I need to talk about our partnership with WellNet. Make sure to check this out if you haven't already. All the information that you need is on sportsgamer.gg. Of course, you may also have an email that you can search. Just search for WellNet or SportsGamer, and odds are it is there. We sent out mass emails when this was originally announced. But of course, just a lot of different options in regards to just trying to make sure that all those hours spent in a chair don't add up in the more negative way. Again, there is a lot and pretty much anything that you might need to look for. I mean, a lot of options, certainly, but anything that you're looking for in regards to trying to be a little bit more active and not necessarily, again, being glued to the chair. Even the 3-minute healthy back workout that we have as an available option. Of course, you guys would have seen some of this before. Plenty of tracking options as well. You can also recommend, or I should say represent, your own team. And hey, if you have checked this out, recommend people other options. So again, make sure to check out SportsGamer and WellNet. Again, you can do so with our lovely friends at WellNet. Up next, let's talk about our second tier. It is the Pro Division. And we'll kick things off. The top of Group 1, shout to D-Lock, moving up 2 positions to claim that spot as Zenigame continue to hold on to second place in the group. Gotham Knights falling 2 spots down off of that top position, while Octusit moved up 1 position in the 4th. Blackbirds up by 1 into 5th. Nova slipping a little bit at the end, down 2 positions, while the Old Timers held 7th. And our final playoff team, SSK Esports, taking the spot away from Owned Exa and Vizio, for that matter, beating both of those clubs by just 1 point. Worth noting for Vizio there, good recovery overall. They were really slow out of the gates. To get safety is huge for them. And for the Serpents as well, moving up into 11th, 2 spots over the course of the final week, while you had a team like Devils down 3 positions. It's a good finish for the Serpents. Mites finishing in 13th, moving up 1 position in the final week, while Nordic Stars perilously close towards that drop zone. They moved down 2 positions. Well, at the bottom of the group, Deadly Phantoms just could not figure it out this season, and Kumanelta Klubele also further down, of course, finishing dead last in the group. So not the finish that those 2 clubs would have been looking for, but some decent stories being told throughout. And again, congrats to DLAC for winning group number 1. But group 2 perhaps holds the favorite heading into the postseason, as No Street Sports locked down that top spot as they held it all season long. Poggers moving up 1 position into second over the final week, while HC Lugano Esports up 4 positions over the last week to claim third. Very strong end to the season for them. Aspire dropping 2 spots, but still a 4th place finish, while Björklöven Esport move up 3 spots into 5th. Rutik down 2 positions, but find themselves in a playoff spot. Isman Valinta also down 1 position, while the Hervlev Eagles were up by 1 to secure the final playoff spot of the group. A really good end of the season as well for Finnish Roosters, moving up 1 spot into 9th. I mean, again, in terms of a good finish, I mean, you look at the last 10, but still it was a team where it's like, okay, where are they going to finish? And Savalanche, definitely one of those teams where you ask, well, where are they going to finish? They dropped 6 positions over the last week, missing out on the postseason by 3 points, of course, as did the Finnish Roosters. So really rough end of the season for Savalanche, while essentially everybody else from here held their positions over the previous week. Golden Sticks holding in 11th again. Then you get into, of course, some slippery slope territory with the Nuremberg Ice Tigers Esports squad, Cheeky Grinders, and Red Bull Munich Esports, while Afterlife for the 3rd straight week found themselves in 15th, and Refuse to Lose for the 3rd straight week found themselves in 16th. They certainly knew they were up against it. Again, a very late qualifier for this division. Getting a couple of wins, though, not a season to be embarrassed over. If you are them, I think they put up a good fight, and I think you could very well see them back in pro. I'll just be intrigued to see if it's going to be through certain, transfers, or maybe if they try to keep the team together. Time will tell. But a look at the stats, of course, for the combined group, and of course, we got to go over to the regular season. Shout out to Toivonen leading the way with 106 points, 38 goals, outscoring the pro division, or the elite division experience, I should say, of Yakari for Poggers with 47 goals. Tihizu up there for Aspire, also breaking the 90-point mark. You had Hisei for No Street Sports, Migo Buna for Poggers, easy for me to say, rounding out the top 5 on a very solid 82 points. Adri up there for Exa, but again, they miss out on the postseason. Yipux and Yampe will be there for Aspire. Alpha Bordia will be in the playoffs for Bjerkleben. And then rookie Liamovic, great season for Serpents. Again, they miss out on the playoffs, but 72 points in 30 games. Incredibly stellar season, and a player to keep an eye out on. Somebody who, you know, we'll see how long you're in pro division. Certainly, that goes for all of these guys, regardless of how the playoffs pan out. As I cannot get this to sort. There we go. Top goal scorer for the season was Hisei on 50. Of course, we mentioned Yakari, Adri, Tihizu, Aomio up there as well with 41. Imosi, same thing for Zenigame. And of course, we already mentioned the likes of Yipux and Alpha Boria, but Rimpe with 40 for the Gotham Knights, and Limbe up there for Rutik with 40 as well. When it comes to the defenders, top point getter was Atzes for No Street Sports, out-dueling King of Apes by just 1 point. And Lauren Javi also breaking the 50-point mark, finishing with 51. MCH up there as well. Yemu Tapu for No Streets. Borjan Dahlin for the Gotham Knights. Putaking, of course, who has Elite Division experience. Strong season there in regards to points. Plus minus not so much, but Red Bull Munich Esports, of course, missed out on the playoffs. Yet Sage and Ansberg up there as well, rounding out the top 10. Top goal scorer, well, it was indeed King of Apes. So no surprise there, of course. Not only Elite Division experience, championship experience for King of Apes in the defensive spots. But let's talk about the goaltenders here. The winningest, Kusan for Gotham Knights, played all 30 games and won 20 of them. We mentioned him all season long. Samilandia up there for Poggers as well. Roysto for Otuksits. And of course, if we can get this to properly sort by save percentage here as well. I don't know what issue I am having with this. It might be a mouse issue. Easy for me to say. And looking, I think we have the proper save percentages here saved. So Ice Pirate up there for HC Lugano Esports, 84.81%, leading the way. Broken Rice there as well for SSK Esports, and Strong for the Golden Sticks, despite not making the playoffs. Pun fully intended. An incredibly strong season, and somebody, again, to keep an eye out on in this division moving forward, if not potentially further up. Sonny's profile up there as well for Refuse Toolers. That is astonishing. An 83% save percentage for the team that finished in dead last in the group. Absolutely outrageous numbers there with the 14 games played and a 7-7 record. That is just stellar. Of course, Kusam was up there as well. Snasigi, Keskitalo. Also, very, very strong season for, again, someone who I knew more as a skater from his time in the Elite Division. And then other names, of course, mentioned Roysto, UBXor, and Provocaccia, both up there as well. I had mentioned them as the season went on. So in regards to the idea of, like, man, how do you crown a goalie of the season? To be honest, I don't know. And I feel like that's one of those things that is kind of talked about as well at the Elite Division level. You know, you have the star players that have done really, really well on the big time teams. But then what do you look at, right? Do you look at the guys who are maybe just on the outside looking in, like Party Time for Tiki Talk in the Elite Division? What do you do there? And then again, for Sonny on Refuse to Lose in goal with numbers like that, how much credit do you give him in regards to being one of the best players of the season? An interesting question, certainly. But for the moment, of course, we do have the playoffs to talk about for our Pro Division. D-Lock will take on the Hervlev Eagles, Zenigame and Isman Valinta, Gotham Knights and Rutik, and Otuksit taking on Bjerkleben Esports. On the other side, it is No Street Sports and SSK Esports, Poggers and the Old Timers, HC Lugano Esports against Nova, and Aspire versus Blackbirds. And unlike when I was talking about the Elite Division, man, the Pro Division, it feels wide open. you have a ton of these matchups where it feels like in any given day, any given series, you play that series 5, 10, 20 times, it could round out to being as close to 50-50 as it can be, at least in the case of 10 or 20 times, because you can't do 50-50 with 5. It's mathematics. It's not my strong suit. You would think it would be, because gigantic nerd. But that's not the case. But regardless, Pro Division, very fun to follow this season. I am very intrigued to see who is able to come away with the championship and automatic promotion up to Elite, because I feel like it is a toss-up in a lot of ways. Yes, you have your favorites, obviously the 1 seeds and D-Lock and No Street, chief among them, but that Pro Division, again, feels wide open for anybody to be able to claim that top spot. Next up, it is our third tier, the Light Division of the ECL, and let's take a look, before we get a look at the playoffs, at the final standings in the groups. Kicking things off in Group 1, Puck Over Glass maintain their top position yet again to win the group, as Mudu Hockey maintains second place for the 3rd straight week. No movement for the next couple of teams, as well as Ace Squad held down 3rd, Farmalaget in 4th, and HC Videlma in 5th, while Collicott Esports moved up 3 positions to claim a playoff spot. Strong end to their campaign. DEG Esports held down 7th position, while the German Ice Gladiators finished in 8th. They did fall 2 positions, but managed to maintain that playoff spot. Unfortunately, that does mean math-wise that, well, 2 teams were not able to maintain, or at least 1 team was not able to maintain their position, and that was Black Sharks, falling from 8th to 9th and missing out by 4 points. The Carless Icemen held down 10th, while Team Infernus dropped 1 position to 11th, and SSK Academy, for the 3rd straight week, maintained the bottom position in the group. For group number 2, Project X maintained that top spot over the final week of the season, winning the group by 9 points, while Ruti moved up 1 position into 2nd on the tiebreaker over Tokoku, down into 3rd. HC Pustertal Esports held their position in 4th, while Ice Baron Lauf Gaming moved into 5th, up 1 position, taking that spot from Vitos Vitia. 7th place, SCB Esports, able to maintain their spot, while Coup de Grace were the last team to sneak in, moving up 1 position, swapping spots with Kokai Esports, who miss out by just 1 point. A rough end to their season. It certainly looked like at times they were going to have a playoff spot locked down. Woodhands moved up 1 position into 10th, while Boomers dropped by 2. And that means, of course, Taisto holding their position in 12th, as did Isolone Rooster Esports holding their position in 13th. For group number 3, Sune Iko Esports holding down their top spot, as 2nd place was maintained by Kurtamia Vastan, and Hopfen Smoothie HC also held 3rd, and I'll spoil the rest of this group. It's the exact same standings order as it was in the prior week. There was no movement in the group. Macho HC finishing in 4th, Sete Lecurho in 5th, the Senayoki Noms squad in 6th, Underrated in 7th, and Saucer Hockey in 8th. Meaning, of course, we had the Dara Stars, who had a really strong start to the season, but couldn't maintain it. They miss out by 1 point. And then the bottom 3, there was that fair amount of separation. Glimas Hockey Krefeld, for the 5th straight week, held 10th position. They were there all season long, while for the 3rd week in a row, it was the Moscow Capitals in 11th and Game Over Esports in 12th. So, yeah, again, rough for the Dara Stars, especially to miss out by 1 point. And then group number 4, Kikakiria, after 2 consecutive weeks in 2nd place, they snag that top spot at the end of the season by 2 points over the likes of Six Sticks Misfits, down 1 position, and SSK Prospects, who held 3rd position yet again. Hockeyholics jumping up 2 spots into 4th in the final week of the season, while Vita dropped down 1 position into 5th, and including me, dropped down 2 spots into 6th. The VBO Stars hold down 7th position, while Technical Disaster take that final playoff spot at the last moment, moving up 1 position to claim it. meaning, of course, that the Hurricanes just miss out by 3 points, but they did move up into 9th. Patahalala was the big loser, falling down into 10th, losing 3 positions in the final week of the season and missing out on the playoffs as a result. Calipo HC up 1 position into 11th, while Trojans fell down 1 spot to 12th. And Bellissimo, as they had all season long, they hold down 13th position for all 5 weeks of the season. We'll take a look here at the league leaders as well. Regular season-wise, your point leader, Yusa Solo for Tokoku, 84 points, 51 goals. You had Visions up there for Hockey Holics on 80 points. Temu Underdog also up there. Yesi, Hyde, and Lamza. You had Konsuk, I believe. Antti, of course, up there. Another player with plenty of elite experience. Lotiseva and Nikki Tikitin. Fun fact, one of my wife's favorite names in the entirety of the ECL. She always laughs at me like, how do you say some of these names? Because I mean, from the Finnish perspective, hey, they are what they are. But then you have a goof like me trying to do the best I can with some of these names, and it's tough not to embarrass yourself, you know. But hey, I try. Top goal scorer, of course, Yimpa, 52 goals on the season. Yusa Solo also breaking the 50-goal mark. And then, of course, a lot of the familiar names that we mentioned, except for Tizon, who was up there on 42 goals. Bror as well. And then JF at the last moment in there for Macho at 39 goals. So certainly some players to keep an eye out on heading into the postseason. Defensively, though, your point leader, Nuzon, for puck over glass, 43 points. Very strong total there in just 22 games. You had Helkvist up there as well, 39 points, getting some decent separation. Decutter is up there as well. Svana for Suni Iko. Vade. Coffin Papu was up there as well for Kikakirya. Not a name I had to mention all that much this season. Oliver up there. Datsuki we had mentioned quite a few times. Samadhi and Victor Hall, who was in the mix quite a bit this season in terms of notable players. Top goal scorer, though, Lemonzi was up there. 10 goals, same as Iron Fist, who had apparently just the 11 games played for Coup de Grace on the defensive side of things. And Akimka as well up there for the Moscow Capitals, who we had to mention a couple of times in terms of, again, the familiar names that we mentioned throughout the year. For the goaltenders, the winningest, it was a tie between Pelkinen and Temeti, 18 wins apiece. Of course, you also had the likes of Bobby Python, Ranta, Benjamin, who we had to mention quite a few times throughout the season as well. Not had to mention, but earned the mention, I should say. In terms of the save percentage, though, and again, sometimes this is just not cooperating with me, but hey, we're doing the best that we can. Obviously, I had a couple of guys up there who hadn't played that many games. And even here with Masamone and Lidman, 12 games played, certainly, a good portion of the season, half of the season, of course, as a part of Tandems. Very, very strong numbers there. But Temeti Flaruti, 24 games played, and 86%. Very, very impressive. Aransi Poika up there as well for Pata Halala, missing out on the playoffs, but still a very strong save percentage at 85%. So, it raises the question when you talk about the playoffs for some of these teams that did not have that outright starter of, well, who is going to be that guy? And of course, when we talk about the playoffs for the light division here, there's a lot of matchups to go over at this point, as is the case when 32 teams make the playoffs. But I feel like this is pretty similar to pro, right? I feel like you have a couple of teams that are certainly going to stand out a little bit more than others in terms of the likelihood to go all the way and win this light division crown. But there are also a lot of teams that are just in that mix. You have your favorites, but I don't put it past even one of the lower rated teams to be able to make that run based off of what we had seen out of their play at certain points this season. So, especially when a team like even Tokuku, not that it's a lower seed, but they're the 9th seed in this matchup, and they had a really strong season. Mudu Hockey is only the 5th seed. I mean, it shows the competitive level that we had in the light division for this season. And again, it's one of the reasons why I like tracking it all throughout. Obviously, again, when we have that much to talk about regular season and playoffs, as I mentioned throughout this show, I can't sit there and go over every single team's final stat line as much as I would like to. These tend to run almost an hour anyway, so I don't need to be here for 3, nor do I think you want me here for 3. But again, very excited to see what will happen in the light division. And hey, we still have more to talk about here, don't we? You know it, you love it. Tier 4, it is our core division of the ECL. Let's go through the groups, of course, before we talk about stats and the playoffs. Group 1, topped by Dynamo HC, holding their position for, I believe, the 4th week in a row. They got that separation and were unable to be caught, even by the likes of Hillian and Piku Kaupunki, who, again, I believe for the 4th week in a row, held down 2nd position. You had Cape Town Kings holding on to 3rd, while Copy Booty moves up 1 position into 4th. Prowlers falling 1 position as a result. And then from there, the rest of the teams in this group held. Taskubilis in 6th, the Gilligang in 7th, and Raiders HC, your final playoff team from the group, in 8th. While Philippi Parit holds down 9th, Scrubs in 10th for the 5th straight week, and ERC, Ingolstadt, I should say, for the 5th straight week as well, finishing, of course, with a less than ideal record. But hey, full credit, because there are some teams that would get halfway through a season without a win and say, oh man, I don't know if I want to play this game sucks, or whatever. Full credit to the Ingolstadt lineup for finishing all 20 games. You have my respect there, certainly. Group number 2, 5th week in a row, Maitoyuna holding down the top position as they win the group by 9 points. Cost Wolves holding down 2nd position yet again, while Armian Curry move up 1 position into 3rd, and Nordic Nosebleed also moving up 1 position into 4th, which saw Nameless drop 2 spots down into 5th. From there, we get into that holding pattern again. Salasiora holding 6th position, HC Ohivero holding down 7th, and the Reckless Panthers in 8th. HC Let's Go missing out by 2 points. Nürnberg Needhogger missing out by 3 points. Yervan Lecky was in the mix as well, missing out on the playoffs by 4. And then Wildcats Esports once again holding down the last spot in the group with the, of course, 2 wins there, the 2 primary wins at least, in 22 games. Group number 3, 5th straight week, top of the board, Silver Sword Griffins winning the group by 9 points. Panic on Ice continued to maintain that 2nd place position, though. Tarun Gasalit holding down their position, as did Kella Goldcard HC and Paul Odyssey. HC Last Resort in 6th, while the Backcheck Boys once again in 7th. I believe it was the 3rd straight week for them. But a last-second change in the standings. What a push. Mieski Sat up 1 position to take that final playoff spot over Rodis, who, in fairness, again, they were in the mix at a decent amount of times in this season. The Brunker Bulldogs and Kurbad's Warriors rounding out that particular group. And for group number 4, Lutinikat holding down their top position, while Tiki Taka not able well, technically it was a tie, so they technically dropped 1 spot. They were in first for the first 4 weeks, so to not win that group has to be a little bit rough for that team. It certainly seemed like they were going to be able to lock down that top position. Sopranos moving up 1 spot into 3rd, while Rusty X drop 1 spot into 4th. Carmadillos holding down the 5th spot, while Skyfall holding on to 6th. The Solution for the 3rd straight week find themselves in 7th. And again, we have a last-second change in the final week as EV Duisburg move up 1 position into the playoffs, knocking HC Ultin Esports out of the mix by just 2 points. Dampa HC and Vita Academy, well, they held down their final 2 spots as they had the previous week as well. In regards to some of the regular season numbers, you're a scoring champion on 78 points, more Elite Division experience, of course. Paninen getting the job done on 78, but look at some of these numbers there. Of course, you had the duo for Maituyuna up there, both over 70. Moika on 71 as well. Incredible numbers, again, in just 20 games played. You had free skillers up there. Rami Finn for Maituyuna rounding out that front three. We mentioned Marul quite a bit for the Cost Wolves throughout the season. Hanu for Prowlers. Stu Rules, maybe one of my favorite names. And then Harton up there as well for Dynamo HC. Top goal scorer as well. Please cooperate. There we go. Was Hanu on 43, just ahead of Skillers on 42, and Ramifin on 40. You also had Toliki up there for HC Last Resort on 37, and of course Jimmy No Hands for Nameless on 36, with Le Magnifique as well for Ohiveto. And of course Paninen up there, Antone, Vide up there for the Gilly Gang, of course. When it comes to the defenders, your points leader, Toimite Tula, one of those names that always makes me second guess, and even then, probably not close enough. But 42 points on the season, just ahead of Kratos of the Silver Sword Griffins. But a good battle between those two. Nikolers was up there as well on 35. Yurka and Desautea rounding out that top five. We mentioned Nitivirta quite a bit as the season went on as well for Tarun Gasalit. And of course, the goaltenders, last but not least, the winningest, had a few more games played than some of the competition, but Lazan for the Cost Wolves led the way with the wins. But it's the save percentages here that I'm always intrigued at looking at. And again, goals against average, certainly more of a team stat. Save percentage, it can be a little bit tough, right? Because if you're on a top team, you're probably not seeing too much of the puck. And when you are, it's because of a breakdown or maybe a fortunate bounce. So it's not the ultimate way to talk about, hey, here was the best goaltender, right? Certainly too, you look over at some of these other numbers, you have some other methods, right? Certainly. But this is a glancery look, as this show has to be. And in terms of save percentage, of course, again, you had a few goaltenders that were up there with limited games played. Shout out to Callum. It certainly caught my eye earlier on in the season and finishes with a very, very strong total numbers, 14-1-1. And again, the 87.55 save percentage. But Feki Nambo was up there as well for Maituyuna. These might be the two top goaltenders to watch heading into the playoffs. Larde was up there for Hillian and Pico Kaupunki on an 86% as well. Of course, the Silver Sword Griffin starter up there on 85%. And that's the thing, right? Like, you see it in some of the other tiers. Again, top teams, maybe the goalies aren't necessarily up there for save percentages. That's not the case here. You are seeing top teams and their goaltenders being represented at the top of the board in save percentage. And I think that makes for a very, very interesting playoff scenario where, again, you don't doubt some of these teams as the lower seed being able to make something happen, right? Especially when you talk about like Kella Gold Card versus Prowlers or Rusty X and Nameless, right? The closer the number is, the more of a toss-up it becomes. But even as you get into the mix of, and of course, we've already had some games played, Cost Wolves and Gilligang, a 2-1 split there. But I just wonder, odds are there's going to be a first round upset. What is the highest number in terms of a lower seed that can end up pulling off that upset? But then as we go on, if those top seeds are winning, I hate to say it, like I said, for the light division and pro for that matter, I feel like there is a really good competitive level to all of these tiers in the ECL, and right here in core, no different. I'm very intrigued, and I don't think I could pick a winner here, right? Out of these groups, even the 4 group winners, Silver Sword Griffins technically got the top seed designation, and you saw it with the stats. The top players being represented, not just the skaters, but the goalies as well. A team like Panic on Ice being 6th. I don't put it past them to be able to win this. It's the best part of the playoffs, especially, when you have the parity that we do throughout these tiers. The most one-sided aspect of any sort of standings I think that we have seen so far in this episode of the Wraparound was the Elite Division with Parasite. Everywhere else, though, you had some close races, and even if, the top seed of a group won that group by 9 points or so, how did they compare to other group winners, and how is that going to play out if they end up meeting in the playoffs? we'll be following along as we go on, but we do still have one more group, one more division to talk about now, don't we? And that, of course, is our Neo division, our entry level tier. Let's talk about these groups as Group 1, Brothers in Gaming, take the top by 2 points over the worn out Wise Men. Both of those teams holding their positions at the end or from the end of week 4 into week number 5, while Nordic Knights dropping down 1 position. They were technically in a tie with the worn out Wise Men. Hawks HC up 2 positions into 4th in the final week, while Ice Raptors and Seiyora Kunta both moving down 2 positions, but maintaining a playoff spot. However, it is worth noting here in terms of some things that have gone on. Dave Mihet, technically a playoff team. We'll talk more about that in a second. You had Nordic Falcons holding in 8th yet again. The Czechosvizera Ravens, easy for me to say, hold down 9th again. And Ice Huskies for the 3rd straight week at the bottom of the group. I mentioned Dave Mihet making the playoffs, and that is because we have to talk about group number 2. Salasiuru hold down the top position for the 3rd straight week, while the Vitapoya Vikings hold down 2nd for the 3rd straight week, and HC Left Academy hold down 3rd as well. However, you see the DNF next to their name. Due to, I believe it's 4 members of the team having to participate in their mandatory military service, they will not be participating in the postseason. And based on the math, Dave Mihet on their 24 points will indeed be participating. So a bit of a shame there for HC Left Academy, right? They're right there in the mix, 1 point behind Vitapoya and within 4 points of Salasiuru, but they will not be in the postseason this time out. Beastie Boys held their spot in 4th, Lassen Lampat in 5th, and the Hanover Indians Esports squad in 6th. While Karit dropping down 1 position, they were in a tie, but were not able on tiebreaker to get ahead of Hanover, and Legion HC bringing up the rear in 8th. Brings us down to group number 3, the Typhon Veterans holding down their top spot yet again. Red Bull Munich Academy holding down 2nd, and Nordic Macabre, no movement there in 3rd. The Vicksburg Puck Rats, though, moving up 2 positions into 4th, while HC Total Chaos dropped by 1, and the Stockholm Vikings were able to make it past the Nordic Knights, taking that spot by 1 point to be a playoff team. Utalam Palaciora holding down 8th position, while the Red Falcons, once again, in 9th. For group number 4, HC Wolves holding down their spot. It's another group with a lot of held positions. The Wolves in 1st, Clowns on Ice in 2nd, Flying Elbows, Mocha HC in 4th. We're in a tie with Wildcats Esports. They technically fall down to 5th, and then Twisted Clowns in 6th. And again, no movement here from the teams that missed out. Swiss Wolves Esports in 7th. You have Marshalls in 8th, Strength of the Pack for the 5th straight week in 9th, and Northern Lighters for the 3rd week in a row in 10th. And that brings us to our final group. Group number 5, Fallen Rangers holding on to that top position. A bit of a late charge from Valjaskunta HC, who move up 1 spot to 2nd, while Casanovat down by 1 position. Karhu Kisat in 4th position, holding it again. Boys are back, also holding down 5th. But the Ice Hockey Net Yetis taking that final playoff spot on tiebreaker over Sekotuli, both teams on 13 points. And of course, Valtakunan Viha Toimat down in last in 8th for the group. Of course, we'll talk about the playoffs here in a minute, but looking at those regular season stats, Fallen Rangers at the top of the board. Sebco and Zaki, we had to talk about them throughout the season as they just continued to put up the points, especially Sebco. Unbelievable. Vador up there as well for Brothers in Gaming. Honer, Messerine Jacques, Skeleton, Nikisuki, Sauron for Red Bull Munich Academy, Ranku, and Patty rounding out the scoring. And again, all these guys on 60-plus points. It's insane for such a limited season. And of course, for the goal scoring, it was Sebco. Messerine Jack up there as well on 49 points. Stowney up there for Casanova on 38 points. Rasta Nesta for Wildcats Esports with the 37. You had Andrew up there as well. Thunder Frosted for the Vicksburg Puck Rats. And Maximilian for the Worn Out Wise Men also at 31 goals at least. So again, heavy firepower to watch out for some of these teams in the playoffs. And the defensive side of things, well, that continues. We're going with the basics here for eBay on this one. 39 points, though, led all defensemen. Velium Polka, or Poika, I should say, for Veljaskunta on 37 points. Maltsevi, his defensive partner, on 36 points. And, of course, Ronku and Method also up there. We mentioned Pred as well for the Fallen Rangers up there throughout the season as a consistent scoring threat despite just the 7 games played, apparently. Not sure if that's a positional glitch with the website or not. It was Maltsevi and Free Swiss Elite, though. 10 goals each as defensemen, leading the way. So always nice to keep an eye on the defensemen. But when it comes to the goaltenders, Andy Jester, man. 14 games played, 89%, outrageous. Flews him with just the 6 games played, but very strong numbers. Samito, 16 games played for the Wisemen, over 88% on the season in terms of save percentage, and obviously it'll dip a little bit from there. So very similar story as you would expect to see. And in terms of the playoffs, of course, a couple of the matchups have already gotten underway at the time I'm recording this. HC Wolves have gotten the nod over Twisted Clowns, but we have already seen our first upset, Hanover Indians Esports over Red Bull Munich Academy in that German-based tilt. So I'm very intrigued, as I always am, to see what upsets might happen, but my interest is that much more piqued because we've already seen an upset out of any division. You know, talking about, hey, it's kind of wide open and numerous teams might be able to do well. We're already kind of seeing proof and evidence within our core tier that anything is possible beyond, of course, just, hey, the top teams are going to do well, right? No guarantees of that. But again, we'll continue to follow along with everything that we have going on here on the Wraparound, but that will do it for this particular edition. Again, make sure to join us at sportsgamer.gg to follow along with all the most up-to-date information as these playoff series continue. We're going to try to bring you as much action as we can on broadcast at twitch.tv/sportsgamergg. Obviously, we can only do so much, but we'll be covering the finals, of course. Elite Division, Pro Division, very much going to be in the spotlight as well. I want to thank all of you for joining me throughout the regular season. And of course, we'll be continuing on throughout the playoffs over the next couple of weeks, all of it leading to our live final at Assembly in Helsinki at the end of February. Again, as always, sportsgamer.gg for all the information that you need. And we hope that you join us there for that attendable event. For now, again, one last time, thank you so much for joining me. Happy New Year to you all. And what do you say we continue on with the action here at SportsGamer? Back to Sports Gamer. It is Tugi here, joined alongside one Mr. B Major as we get ready to kick off the post season here with the ECL Elite Division. Major, very interesting matchups on deck today. We kick it off. It's Exen and Totarit, and of course, a little bit later on, our number one seed going to battle. It is Parasite taking on Goons. Heck of a way to kick off the playoffs.
Yeah, Tugi. I mean, it's finally playoff time. We've been waiting for weeks for this. The anticipation is built, and man, we got two really fun series. A few teams that have been around for a while. Obviously, Totarit and Exen, a rematch of last season's quarterfinal, but a lot different this time. Totarit was a 4 seed, Exen was a 5. I think a lot of people thought that maybe the seedings would have been reversed between these two at the beginning of the season, but Exen struggling early on, kind of had to fight their way and claw their way into those last 8 spots. Were able to do so. It gives us a really good matchup that honestly could be semifinals worthy. And then you mentioned that Goons and Parasite matchup. Parasite on arguably the best regular season run we've ever seen from a team in this division. Goons, a great story getting back into the playoffs after being eliminated from Elite last year. They were relegated and had to earn their way back in. So a lot of great stories between four really good teams that earned their way in. I'm excited to see where this thing goes.
Well, you mentioned the standings. Let's take a look at the final version of those regular season standings. Of course, typically a 30-game regular season cut down to a 28 because of the DNF for Unwanted in 16th, but it was Parasite on an absolute tear. That is the only way to sum it up. And of course, who knows what that goals for total would have looked like had they had those two extra games. But like you mentioned, Goons were in the mix and getting back into it. They make the playoffs by 3 points over Polsky boys, who could not maintain that spot, while some other teams like Mythics, for example, made a big leap forward. And it does set up the playoff bracket. I believe we have a look at that as well. Of course, a traditional 1v8, 2v7 format that we have, and every round, of course, being a best of 7. And okay, we don't quite have that ready to go at the moment, although we'll give it a second. Maybe we won't. There we go. Hey, there it is. It's one of those quick little refresh things. But again, Major, all of this leading to our live final at Assembly, the end of next month. Parasite's certainly going to be the favorite to get there, but I'm very intrigued to see who is going to be against them if indeed Parasite make it, because the rest of the field, I don't know if we necessarily have that one slam dunk. Oh, it's absolutely going to be this team versus this team.
And it's interesting, Doogie, because I feel like really I mean, I can definitely say for as long as I've been doing this, but I mean, going back even as far as when you and Sin started, I can't really remember the last time that there weren't two favorites to make the finals. I mean, really, for the longest time, it was for London and Havu, then it was for Lunda and H-Reds, and it was H-Reds and Tunnel Vision. This is really the first time that I think that there's just maybe one team that a lot of people feel like should more than likely be a lock to make it into the finals. And outside of them, it's kind of wide open, right? And then you have to remember with Parasite being the 1 seed, they could very well end up playing a team that could have one of those opportunities, and a team like Void Tomaton or like a Exen or a Mythics, depending on who wins those series. So there's a lot up in the air. I feel like a lot of people feel rather confident Parasite will be able to earn their way in, but hey, at the end of the day, they still have to go out there and execute. The regular season does not mean anything anymore to this point. They got that number 1 seed, but that's all that the regular season counts for. Still have to go out and continue that momentum from November and December into January and February.
So again, to kick things off, it is the first two games, our 2 versus 7 matchup. It is Totarit taking on Exen as we get a look at the team stats from the regular season. And Major, we talk about these two teams. We talk about some of the penalty issues that they had in terms of a lack of discipline on both sides. So when you get a look at, say, the PK percentages, that could be where this series is ultimately decided.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the penalty minutes too. Totarit and Exen first and second in the league for most penalty minutes taken so far this season. They're only separated by 1. So two of the most penalized teams that you have in the Elite Division. And while Exen has been really spectacular on the penalty kill, one of the best penalty killing teams in the league, Totereet special teams as a whole have been they've left a little bit to be desired, to say the least, right? So a team that is very, very good and has shown that they have an ability to do a lot well, that's been the one area that they struggled in, and that's a big thing considering that they have shown to be a team that can take some penalties. Now, will either side capitalize? Neither has been great on the power play, so we'll see. But if Exton wants to be able to find an advantage in this series and a season where they've really struggled to find that consistent advantage series to series, the special teams could very well be their path to pulling off what would be an upset in terms of the seeding.
And with that, we'll take a look at the lineups as we get ready for the action to begin. Again, games 1 and 2 in our first round of the ECL Elite Division playoffs. You get a look here at the Exen lineup: Landstrom, Moja, and Pikeri as the front three. On the other side, or the back end, I should say, is Domi and Wenger, with Kazu kicking off this series for Exen. For Totereet, it is Oyala, Harlowy, and Profilipaki, with Karkas and Segastormy on defense, and Stammer between the pipes. Let's get a look at Mosia and Harlow, the direct head-to-head with their regular season numbers. In some ways, you could argue not quite living up to expectations for Mosia, but I think that it would be almost unfairly labeling him or calling him out individually. For Exen in general, things didn't quite click, but you don't put it past them, and especially someone like Mosia in particular, to be able to put it together. While on the other side, again, it was just a really good season for Harlow and Totereet to lock down that 2 seed without having those offensive numbers look as outrageous as, say, what someone like a club like Parasite were able to do, for example.
Yeah, and you mentioned Moja. You can't really call him out, obviously, just because he's not really that far from the rest of his teammates. He's only 4 points behind the team leader in points. So it's been more of a collective issue, really, for Exit in terms of their point production. And unfortunately, Moja has just kind of being a part of that. And that's sometimes the blessing and the curse of having a high end reputation of being a point getter. We've seen Moja be a player that can put up 50, 60 plus points on a regular basis. And to see him at 37 not crack 20 assists or 20 goals is really surprising to a lot of people. I don't think he expected that either, to be quite honest with you. But regardless, you can't forget what kind of player this guy is. He is always able to step up in those big moments. He creates so many plays, a really good two-way forward who also, I think, Tugi, one of the things that people really forget about Mojo is that he's one of the more reliable players with the puck. He has a 1-to-2 takeaway to giveaway ratio, which for a forward is insanely impressive because there's not as many opportunities for takeaways and there's a lot more opportunities to give the puck away, especially at that center spot where you're kind of being expected to control a lot. And then for Harlow, again, just a really consistent, steady piece to this Totally team. One of the players that came back from last season. They bring back all 6 starters from last season. He has been such a steady piece for them. And seeing these two go head to head is going to be a lot of fun. I'm really interested to see what the face-off matchup looks like, how those two look at that spot.
Of course, we have our winger comparison up next. Again, it is Landstrom and Pikeri squaring off with Oyala and Profilipaki. It's going to be the kind of similar talking point, right, Major, for the Exen side of things. The wingers here, I mean, again, not that bad, but certainly we almost expect to see more out of them. While on the other side, the duo for Totally, both over a 50 a point per game, or a 50 point per game would be insane. 50 point total in the 28 games played. Not even Parasite, of course, can hit 50 points per game. Although you never know, you throw Vatu down into Neo or Light, maybe even Core. He or reverse those. He might be able to do it. Who's to say? But Major, what stands out for you here?
I think Pro Filipaki, just his impact, both not just goal scoring, but also being able to be a part of plays to where he's not on the receiving end of it. 29 goals with 27 assists. And he's someone that underratedly was one of the better forwards in the league this season, finished in 8th in points and was in the top 10 for goals. So he's a guy that really has stepped up for this team this season. Oyala, obviously, right next to him, has been just as good. The hit total of him, I think, really, really is the thing to look out for. 201 hits in 28 games. I mean, that is genuinely kind of absurd, right? I mean, just having a forward that's throwing the body around that consistently, it's going to be interesting watching those two against Lundstrom and Peakerty, who, as you mentioned, two very accomplished players. I mean, we saw Peakerty just 9 months ago carry his team at certain points in a final series that helped Tunnel Vision make it all the way to a championship. So we know what he's able to do, and we know what Lundstrom is able to do as well as a really good playmaker and point producer. So the matchup of the wingers, I think, is going to be really, really interesting just to see who's going to be able to really get comfortable and force their play style on the game as quick as possible.
Our defensive comparison is next. A little reminder for our producer here to just take a quick look at a certain chat. But as we get a look at the defensemen, it is Domi and Wenger for the Exen side of things, going up against Carcass and Sega Sormi. And it's another one of those comparisons here where, again, you say numbers aren't bad. And certainly that's the case for all four of these guys. Very, very strong point totals. But Major, we're talking about the experience difference, right, of Domi and Wenger, both a part of championship level defenses.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really intriguing about this is just you see a defensive pairing with Domi and Wenger, and you're thinking, okay, this team is going to finish top three and have one of the lowest goals allowed in the league, and that just was not the case for Exum. And their goals allowed was one of the benefits of this team, was one of the strengths was their defensive play and their goaltending, but still, it takes all six to be able to put up results, and Exum just was not able to do that consistently in the regular season. So as much as you want to talk about the goal scoring, maybe, and as easy it is to talk about that, because that was one of the main issues, at the end of the day, it does fall on everyone. It's not just on the three forwards. The defense had a lot to do with that too. So Domi and Wenger, with their pedigree, with their experience, and with their skill level, they're going to have to step up in this series if they want to make it to the next round. While for Carcass and Sigastormi, those two have been amazing all season long. Carcass is going to be especially someone to look out for, Tugi. He led all skaters in time with the puck this year, and he was the only ECL Elite Division player that had the puck for over 200 minutes. So he's going to be very, very active. Don't be shocked if we say his name a lot tonight.
And of course, our final head to head, it is the battle of the goaltenders before we get game one underway. Kazu and Stammer. Of course, Kazu, a part of a tandem for this Exen side of things, where Stammer started every single game for his team, and Major is going to be one of the names in the mix for goaltender of the season.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? An 86 save percentage, just a little bit over a 2 goals against average is almost surprising with those numbers to see that he only has one shutout, but there's really not a lot of goalies this year that had too many shutouts. So really, he's going to be a candidate for it, as you mentioned, rightfully so. Best save percentage in the league, one of the best GAs in the league. And you have a guy right next to him in Kazu who we've seen really be able to step up and carry teams in certain games. So part of a goaltending tandem, as you mentioned, but a role with Kazu, who is experienced, and Bennu, we'll see if we see him later on in the series. But, a really, really fun goalie battle between two very experienced goalies that we've seen really step up and be some of the better ones in the league this season.
And we are just a few moments away from the action getting underway. If the teams are good to go, we can go for that at any time. But in the meantime, I believe we have a little bit more of an in-depth look, Major. We kind of talked about it throughout the, head-to-head matchups here in regards to, kind of keys to success for some of these guys. And when we talk about it specifically, we can look at the Exen side of things and what stood out heading into this matchup. We had these upcoming points here. What are your thoughts on the Exen side of things?
Well, hey, we might not have them physically on the screen, but you know what? We've got them in our minds, we've got them in our hearts, and that's what matters at the end of the day. So, we'll just use your imagination, as the old saying goes, and we'll talk to you about them. Number one, I think for Exton is going to be creating scoring chances, not being afraid to shoot. We talked about it earlier. The offense for this team this season really was a struggle for them. It just felt like they never were really able to find their rhythm. They were never really able to get comfortable on the offensive end. I mean, you compare their goal numbers to a lot of the other teams in the league. They finished 11th out of the 15 teams that played every game this season. So that kind of shows you how low on the totem pole they are. And not only that, but out of all the teams in the league, they had the third least amount of shots per game as well. So not only were they not scoring, but they weren't really getting many attempts either. So finding their way to some extra offense is going to be critical for Exon to beat this Total Elite team, especially with that defense and goaltending that we talked about. Number two, winning the draws. The faceoffs, I feel, are going to be really important in this series. Possession is going to be at a premium. We saw Harlow's numbers and how good he is at the dot it's going to be up to Mojo to really step up and be able to win those faceoffs and steal a few extra possessions for this Exon team that, though, again, is great defensively, has struggled to find that extra bit of offense. So if you can get a couple of extra possessions and not allow Totori to get set up, that's going to help your cause. And then last but not least, if you're Exon, you just have to remember who you are. Remember your pedigree. Remember what you've done. Remember the things that you have accomplished, even if it's not necessarily as a combined six together. I mean, I'm counting 4 or 5 former Elite Division champions that are in this lineup right now. You got to remember who you are. You got to remember what you've done and how you've gotten here. Sure, the regular season may have not gone the way you hoped it would, but at the end of the day, that's gone now, and you have everything in front of you now with this playoff series. Well, for Totori, I think number one for them is going to be a matter of being better on special teams. One of the worst power plays in the league, the worst penalty kill in the league as well. Just something that they're really going to have to fix against an Exon team that, though has struggled, does have a lot of talent. Number two, stay strong in your own end. Totori rather, was so good defensively this year, and the goaltending of Stammer obviously really did help with that. But if you can stay strong in your own end and just limit this Exon team that, again, has really struggled offensively, really does give Totori a great chance at winning these games and potentially taking the series. And then last but not least, don't underestimate them. I know Exon struggled in the regular season. I know that they've been a bit disappointing and they might not be the team that everyone envisioned them being heading into November. But at the end of the day, this is still a team that has a ton of talent. The regular season doesn't matter anymore. They have everything ahead of them. All they have to do is win 4 games, and then your season is over. So you cannot afford to underestimate this team based on what you saw them do in the regular season. Tariq going to have to keep their head on straight and remember who these guys are, and that it is the same exact team that ended their season just a season ago.
We are just a few moments away, as you can see here, from puck drop to kick off the postseason here at SportsGamer. Again, the ECL Elite Division taking center stage on this Monday. In regards to certain player builds, I mean, yep, pretty much what we would expect to see, I think, all season long. No real surprises there as we kick things off. Again, the first 2 games of this best of 7 being played here today. We will also have the 1 versus 8 matchup as Parasite takes on Coons a little bit later on in the broadcast. But for now, after the holiday break and into the new year, we have some playoff hockey to cover for our winter 25 season. Will it be one of these teams heading to Helsinki at Assembly next month in our live final? Well, you got to get through one another first as we get things underway here. There's Exon in their road whites to kick this off. Lundstrom tries to work his way through, couldn't do so. Profilipaki, the golden helmet wearer on the right side for Totori, their team's leading scorer. They have an offside call here early on.
And I guess not too surprising, right? To see things kind of slow down a little bit to start this game. Both teams trying to feel each other out a little bit and just kind of try to see where the series and where this game is going to lead to. So you might see some of those offsides. You might see both of these sides be a little bit more conservative like you see Totori doing right now.
Zoyala gets hit trying to cross the line. Definitely a factor, too, with the holiday break. How much were certain teams playing? How much game time have they gotten in over the last 2 weeks or so? As Wenger back to Domi. Can't get that through. He actually did. Peakery off the post. Oh, for sure that was picked off. Close call there for Totori early on. Wenger for Domi. Good step up there by Profilipaki to knock it back. And right back into the hands of Carcass. Like you mentioned, he is the main puck carrier for this team in a wraparound bid. Kazu was all over.
Yeah, that was a very quick, sneaky opportunity there, and Kazu had to be Johnny on the spot and be sharp to keep that. We've seen some of those wraparound goals go in so far this year, too, with NHL 25, so not a given that was going to be a save. Good job from Kazu being ready for it.
Out here for Exon. Lundstrom to the trailer, the long-distance one-timer, and Stammer. It's his second save here in the early stages of this game.
You know, if you're Exon, I don't mind that shot. You know, it might not necessarily be the most high danger shot in the world, but again, this is a team that needs to shoot the puck a little bit more, so why not go ahead and put that on that and maybe see if you get lucky with something.
As Totarit time it well at the line. Oyala back to Karkus at the point. Good poke check there by Landstrom. Totarit still in control. Oyala finally stripped of the puck by Pikari. D pass to try and find space, and a good job yet again by Totarit, forcing the offside.
Yeah, and again, just both teams kind of still trying to find their rhythm a little bit and feel each other out. You mentioned that holiday break. We don't know how much these two teams have played, so, you know, you might see a little bit of this until something opens up. I'm really curious to see where that first mistake comes in and who capitalizes on it as well.
Yeah, loose puck, Pikari is there, kicks back to the point for Wenger. Over to Domi, circles back to the forehand. Strum over to Wenger one more time, tries to step in, again circles back to the forehand. Patient play from Exon. Pikari across for Landstrom, didn't get a ton of it. Did force the save out of Stammer. Big time outlet pass. Ofolopaki off the spin. That short side shot forces Kazu to make his first official save of the game. Get ready here for an ozone face-off. Face-off battle going to be interesting as the series goes on. Nearly a 10-point face-off winning percentage advantage for Harlow over Moja in terms of regular season play. Exton do get the counterattack off of that Moja face-off win, but again, Stammer had to be on his toes early on, makes another save.
Yeah, showing why he has an 86 save percentage there, Toogie. And that was a pretty quick and creative play from Exon. Probably one of the better opportunities in terms of spacing that they've generated so far.
Off the draw, Totarit able to get that quick outlet pass. Profilipaki across, they score. Exon had a quick counter. Totarit get one of their own, except they capitalize on it. The opening goal of the playoffs goes to Harlow.
It goes to Harlow, and it's on a really good play there from Totarit. You see just that quick little patented cross-crease play, and, you know, it's interesting. You thought that maybe Wenger was going to be in position there to defend that, but it looked like he kind of slowed up just a little bit, and that gave the extra room for Harlow to really be able to kind of skate through and get past them. Pass is able to just kind of squeeze through the defender, gets past Kazu, who can't go to that right post to make the save, and gives Totarit the opening goal, not just of the series, but as you mentioned, first goal of the playoffs. You love to see that.
Off the draw, Exon in control, surrendering the first goal of this game. Had offensive struggles throughout the season. This puck dumped into the far side for Totarit. Far distance shot is stopped. Movement here from Totarit, broken up by Exon. Still in control, a near point blank slap shot from Profilipaki. Different looks. Here's Landstrom for Exon. Has it poked away. Moja, Pikari, a lot of quick passes from Exon, but nobody pulls the trigger. Oyala trying to work his way through. Great protection. Good patience in the far side corner. Vegastormy back to him. Check there, though, by Domi to knock that one away. Scramble for the puck. Exon come up with it. That shot blocked down by Harlow. At the final minutes of the first period, you're in game number one. Oyala, does he have the speed to break through? Defense holds him off. More chance, perhaps, for Exon. Not able to find the pass. Totarit win the opening 20 minutes. The goal from Harlow, the difference maker.
Mentioned that goal for Harlow, and, you know, again, it's going to be interesting to see how Exon, you know, battles back and responds from this, just because they have not been a team that's been very plentiful offensively so far this season. But give Totarit a lot of credit in a period where there haven't really been a whole lot of opportunities between these two sides, especially clear-cut ones. They were able to go in and take advantage of it on the rush and put it in the back of the net. So a well-earned 1-0 lead for Totarit, and like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how X responds. A pretty even game so far through the statistics, but, you know, it's one of those things where you never know when a game can turn when you get that opening goal. Are you able to find that next one yourself, or can Toterit have that opportunity to really take advantage and kind of open the floodgates up?
And a 1-0 lead for Toterit at the end of the first period. The action set to continue. As always, it is brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. It is game number 1. Toterit X in this best of 7. And game 2 coming up right here on this broadcast immediately after this game. Only trying to find some space here for Exen. Wenger. Movement. Moja goes back to the point. Exen continued to be held to the perimeter here. Domi to Wenger. Good poke check by Harlem. Pocky over for Karkas over the line. The defender. That low pass that Domi was all over. Sets up Exen down the other way. Wenger stepping in. Get it through, and at least not the way he wanted to. Another instance for Exen on a fortunate bounce, getting a point-blank opportunity. Stammer able to make that save. Marcus's pass is off the mark. Sets up Landstrom down the other way for Exen. Another play in front. They continue to get these opportunities despite these plays being disrupted. As Peakery at the point. Wants that switch with Domi, but miscommunication. As Wenger weaves his way through. Tried to go across, picked off, and again, Exen back in control. A lot of puck luck on their side right now. Domi for Wenger. And a shot kicked out by Stammer. Oyala trying to get something going down the other way. Domi does a good job of taking that away. It's been all Exen here for the first nearly 10 minutes of this period. Marcus has Oyala. Does a great job to get the puck to him. He fires one on. And Kazu's forced to cover.
And a great job from Toterit to really be able to counter after Exen had so much pressure and it got a few bounces to go their way. But how about Stammer? A few really big saves there. We talked about that 86 save percentage, showed why he's one of the best goalies in the league right now.
Another shot on. Kazu, the save, has had a tendency at times to throw the puck out, but certainly not an instance where he can risk that.
Yeah, and I think that's a trend you'll probably see with a lot of these goalies with the playoffs now arriving. We've seen some goalies in the Elite Division be willing to play that puck out to try to keep the momentum going. You just don't want to risk the small percentage chance that could have something happen to where you allow a goal that you could have just very well have just held it on and had the face-off. So you'll probably see those goalies continue to be rather conservative there.
There's Landstrom in the corner. Looks back for Domi. It's here from Moja. Again, doesn't like what he sees. Wenger wants that deflection. Able to get it through. Again, worth noting as well, all season long, only one banned ability that was agreed upon heading into the season. No version of Big Tipper active, although we still have seen plenty of deflection goals. Peakery not able to sneak that one in. Fighting down low, another odd angle opportunity. Stammer covers this time. Toterit have been on the back foot, but they're not surrendering too many quality chances.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Exen, they've kind of had some opportunity in terms of possession, but just not a whole lot of looks, really. They've been clear-cut and open, so give Toterit a lot of credit closing in those lanes, and once again, not giving them that opportunity to really get a clear-cut look like they got for their one goal.
Filipaki taken down cleanly, sets up Moja down the other way. Oyala picks off that pass. See if Toterit can get something going here. Chances few and far between. Great stick lift by Peakery, and again, it's Exen quickly back down the other way. Lundstrom sends it around. Anchor tries to find Peakery. He does get the puck back. Peakery for Landstrom, the odd angle shot, and again, Stammer's there. Save.
Again, Stammer just stepping up in these big moments. And, you know, I know Exon haven't necessarily gotten just the grandest of opportunities, but you still have to be able to read those plays and be there to make that save. And Stammer's just continuing to do it.
Force in front, Totarit able to take it away. But again, the back-checking pressure for Exon has been picture perfect, essentially. Every time Totarit tried to get something going, Exon's been able to shut them down. As we hit the final minute of the period, that shot blocked. Profilipaki for Oyala, and again, Domi is right there. That is that championship caliber defense we have seen from Domi over the years. Hikari's pass is off the mark. A period dominated by Exon, but not able to find the back of the net in that period. Stammer standing tall.
Stammer standing tall, and the defense in front of him really stepping up too and giving him a helping hand. And you feel like if you're Exon, you just got to wonder, gosh, what do we got to do to change this? Just because you're getting opportunity in terms of time with the puck, you're not really allowing Totarit to get much going on the offensive end. But yet there's just not really a whole lot of space for you to work and get those high quality opportunities to beat a goalie in Stammer, that if you throw something basic at him, he's more than likely going to be there to make that save. So that's kind of the riddle that Exon is trying to solve here. Luckily for them, their own work defensively has gotten to just to a 1-goal deficit, but nevertheless, give Totarit a lot of credit. They're holding in well on their own end. Stammer is making big saves. They need to step it up a little bit on the offensive end, obviously, because after a while, you feel like the dam is going to break. But, you know, give Totarit the credit that they deserve for really honing things in defensively and Stammer making the saves he needs to.
And third period coming up here, we get a look. Another one of those opportunities, a bit of a bobbled shot there. Stammer kind of got his left foot stuck on that post. Get ready, third period underway. Game 1, best of 7. The opening round, the quarterfinals matchup. Our Elite Division postseason. Totarit up 1-0. The opening goal, Harlow, who actually had the lowest goal total out of the 3 forwards on this Totarit lineup. Profilipaki tries the odd angle. Exon did such a good job of controlling play in the second period, and here we are. I mean, the shots are tied. They still trail. Up again by Domi. The talent that this Exon lineup has. They lose the puck there. With the talent that they have, their offensive struggles are astonishing to me, really. And we're continuing to see that here, nearly halfway through this third period. Just a quarter of the way there, and still without a goal in this game. Marcus for Oyala. Back to the point. Totarit finally getting some zone time. Profilipaki ends up with the puck. Pick off again by Domi. The offside here against Exon, 8 minutes down in the period.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned how perplexing it is really just for Exon to be struggling so much on the offensive side despite all this time of possession. It just kind of feels like there's really a lack of creativity. It feels like Totarit's just kind of a step ahead of everything Exon's wanting to do, and they're just kind of knowing what they're looking for.
Marcus in the corner. Tries to go around. Puck will go all the way back to the Totarit zone, but hey, that's killing off valuable time for Exon. Totarit can get the breakout. Here for Sega Sormi. Poked loose. Stammer has to poke it away. Another close call. Exon getting their chances on broken plays. Dangerous nonetheless. Profilipaki tries the jam play. On the short side, Kazu's there.
And again, it just feels like Exon has to feel like they're just a few inches away, right? Stammer just able to get to that. But how about Totarit with their first real opportunity here in a big offensive zone draw?
Clean win for Harlow. Defense for Exton, able to get their bearings here. Harlow not able to hold the line, and again, loose puck all the way back to the toe-to-read zone. Wenger steps up, forces the turnover. Lundstrom's shot is blocked by Sega Sormy. As Pekery not able to work his way through. Pekery Lundstrom's shot. Good stop yet again. Profilipaki not able to work his way past Domi. Been a phenomenal game for he and Wenger back there. Completely stifling. For the most part, the Totarit counterattack. The one instance where they didn't, Totarit were able to strike. And we only have 5 minutes left in this game. And one of the best chances for Exton, a one-timer from Lundstrom, stopped again by Stammer.
Exton is going to see Stammer in their dreams. I mean, genuinely, every time you think they've got something, he's right there to stop it. And he does it yet again on easily the best created chance that I think Exton has had all night long. And it looks like we're going to get a replay of it here too, Gigan. I mean, a great cycle. They were able to spread things out a little bit. The quick shot on net. And then you thought maybe Mojo would be able to poke that thing in there, but he just wasn't able to get to it before Stammer. Man, you just feel like they're so close, but yet so far.
4:51 remaining in regulation. Exton off the draw. Another opportunity for Lundstrom, and a third. Stammer able to cover, as Lundstrom somehow cannot find a way to get a puck past him.
And that just gets so frustrating as a player. You don't know what you have to do to beat that goaltender. It just feels like Stammer, he's not going to be denied right now.
As Domi stripped of the puck, Profilipaki over the line, avoids the back pressure. Oyala trying to hold, not much space, and indeed can't hold it. Tremendous outlet pass. Lundstrom saved by Stammer.
Wow.
He's a brick wall, mate.
I mean, that might even be underselling it at this point. I mean, everything that Exton throws at him, he just seems to be there for. Breakaway doesn't matter. Rebound doesn't matter. Stammer just is there to save it. And he might be the reason if Totarit can hold on.
They do have to dump the puck in. It was full pressure for Exton. Domi has it knocked away. Harlow at least able to get it back to the other side. Profilipaki not able to find that pass through. Good neutral zone work for Exton. Take it there from Carcass. Here's Oyala. Tired legs here in the final minute. Finds Profilipaki. Scores! And that just may do it. Totarit find that insurance tally. Better late than never, as Profilipaki pots it.
And how about that little breakaway move from Profilipaki? Just very subtly and slightly sold the opportunity for that backhand, and Kazu bit for it. You have to guess one way or the other as a goaltender, and you're just hoping and praying you guessed right. Didn't on that time. Profilipaki took advantage of it, but it all started on the defense from Totarit. The big saves from Stammer the few possessions before it gives him this 2-0 lead and potentially a game winner.
Profilipaki holds in the corner, draws the call. As Domi was doing what he could to get the puck back. An obvious penalty there, though, and that should do it.
Yeah, just a product of knowing that you have to do something and make a play. You're down by 2, there's less than a minute to go, and, you know, really the penalty is not going to be overly harmful just because you're in a situation where you had to do something being down by 2 with such little time left. So, you know, just a product of being aggressive and trying to make a play, and it puts Totarit on the power play to kill off the rest of this time.
That's nearly some friendly fire there from Pekery. Tried the outlet pass, another penalty called. Oh, and never mind. I thought the ref had his hand up for the call. I guess it was the delayed offside. Look at the flip. One-timer there. That one doesn't go. Final moments. Wenger, Lundstrom, another glove save. I mean, you said seeing Stammer in their dreams. Lundstrom's going to be seeing Stammer in his nightmares. Unbelievable performance in this game.
Yeah, I mean, just stellar what we've seen from Stammer, and obviously still a little over 15 seconds to go, but I mean, it looks like he could very well. I'm not going to go there, too. I can't do that.
You've already risked it. You're playing with fire. 6 seconds to go. And Oyala, the big hit. That will do it. 1 shutout in 28 games in the regular season. How's 1 for 1 to kick off the playoffs? Stammer and Totori take game 1.
And a well-deserved victory for Totori when they didn't really have their best there offensively. Really allowed the defense to carry them the way through and then allowed their goaltender to kind of sit back and do the rest. You know, that's the thing about this Totori team. They might not be a team that puts up a ton of highlight reel plays, but they're very fundamental. They stay together, they don't really make a lot of mistakes, and they have a goaltender that can kind of clean up anything that does happen to get through. So, you know, they executed that to a T. Exon had a few opportunities, especially in the third period. I thought that third was probably their best of the 3 periods, but sometimes you just run into an unbeatable goaltender and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what happened to Exon. They just got goalied, and they have a 1-0 deficit now in this series to climb out of because of it.
Absolutely tremendous performance there. Again, Exon did so well, especially controlling the run of play in the second period. But that goal there for Harlow stands up as the game winner. Stammer, a fantastic performance to say the least. And a 2-0 victory in the books for Totorites. Here in game number 1, the 15 save shutout. I mean, Major, you can't really ask for a better way to kick off a series. Look at the time on attack as well, more than double.
Yeah, I mean, what more could have you asked for? I mean, if you told Exon that they would have 15 shots and over 12 minutes or 13 minutes of time on attack, and I think they would say, okay, we win this game like 4-1. I think they'd feel really good about where they stood. And instead, Stammer just kind of stood on his head at certain points. And, you know, that's going to happen. Sometimes you're going to have games like that. It's just a part of the game. It's the part of this league. You know that you're going to run into really good goalies every single time. And when they're on, sometimes, Tukey, there's just nothing that you can do about it. And I think this is kind of what Exon ran into there. Obviously, you could argue maybe they could have been a little bit more creative offensively at points, but I thought they started to look better there in that third period. I think it's just a matter of how do you adjust and what does Exon need to do to crack the code of Stammer, because what it was in game 1 was not working. Stammer was ready for everything, and so was the defense in front of him as well. You can't slight them. So I think Exon going to try to look for some answers here during this break, and it's going to be really interesting to see what they come up with in game 2.
And game 1 to Totori is Exon. Not going to be... I mean, looking back on these replays too fondly, so many chances, but Stammer, I mean, hey, we just saw the World Juniors conclude. That was his best Petteri Rimpinen performance there. Just not only keeping his team in it, just shutting it down as the game went on. And there's a lot more chances. We're going to see every Lundstrom opportunity, apparently. It almost feels like trolling at this point from
And it's
Totori.
a long list. It is a long list. Like, I would love to see the final numbers, because I think you could really make the argument that Lundstrom may have had as many shots as Totori as a team. He just could not bury any of them.
So again, game 1 in the books. Totori able to get the victory. 1 down, 3 to go. We'll have game number 2 coming up in just a few moments. So stick with us and we'll continue on with the action.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Of Arcus, like you mentioned, he is main puck carrier for this team, and a wraparound bid. Spin that short side shot. Forces Kazu to make his first official save of the game. Point face-off winning percentage advantage for Harlow over Moja in terms of regular season play. Oh, that draw. Totori able to get that quick outlet pass. Pro Filipaki across. They score.
that, but it looked like he kind of slowed up just a little bit, and that gave the extra room for Harlow to really be able to kind of skate through and get past.
Marcus has Oyala, does a great job to get the puck to him. He fires one on. Opportunity, Stammer covers this time. Coach Rita bent on the back foot, but they're not surrendering too many quality chances.
Yeah.
Anchor tries to find Peakery. He does get the puck back. Peakery for Lundstrom, the odd angle shot, and again, Stammer. Get the breakout. Here for Sega Sormy, poked loose. Stammer has to poke it away to hold the line, and again, loose puck all the way back. The Coach Reed zone. Wenger steps up, forces the turnover. Lundstrom's shot is blocked. As Peakery not able to work his way through. Peakery Lundstrom's shot part. The Toterie counterattack. The one instance where they didn't. Toterie were able to strike, and we only have 5 minutes left in this game in regulation. Off the draw, another opportunity. Draw another opportunity for Lundstrom, and a third. Stammer able to cover. Oyala trying to hold, not much space, and indeed can't hold it. Tremendous outlet pass. Lundstrom saved by Stammer. Tired legs here in the final minute. Finds Profilipaki, scores. Pots it.
How about that little breakaway move from Profilipaki? Just very subtly and slightly sold the opportunity for that.
One-timer there. That one doesn't go. Final moments. Wenger, Lundstrom, and Oyala, the big hit. That will do it. One shutout in 28 games in the regular season.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
We are good to go. The teams were... Oh, hey, Red. They're so good to go. Not sure if you... There we go, everybody. The teams caught us off guard. Ready to get right back into the action as, hey, you know, you get a little bit rusty over the holiday break. You know, a lot of good eating and good times. So hey, you gotta shrug off that rust in the new year. As both these teams looking to do so in this playoff battle. Again, Toterie, the 2-1 or 2-0, I should say, victory in game number 1. They'll look to take a 2-0 lead. Exon need to find a way. Find the back of the net. But again, a reminder, this is just our first matchup of the broadcast. We have the, and you have to say, the championship favorites are #1 seed in Parasite, kicking off their quarterfinal matchup against the 8th seed in Goons. That comes up after the end of this contest. Is Exon. We're back into the attacking zone and getting right back to work with what we saw from them. A lot of zone time. In that first game, they try the odd angle shot again, and Stammer's down. And, you know, Major, again, quality over quantity. When it works, but when it doesn't, it really doesn't. That's not to say they didn't have some quality chances in that last game. But eventually, I don't know, you might want to just try throwing pucks on net and tiring Stammer out so he starts getting some of those desperation animations where he might not be able to make the save.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, that's really what you got to do. I feel like you got to switch something up, and taking a penalty like that one right there on the rush is not going to help your cause. And, you know, you mentioned the whole thing about rust, Toogie. I think that applies maybe to everyone but Stammer. He looked like he went right where he left off. Toterie's going to hope that they're not right where they left on their power play from the regular season. Just over 12%. That was worse in the league. They have a chance here to try to get a goal early to take the lead.
Peakery to the box. The power play opportunity coming up here for Toterie. Again, it was a bit of a slow start with Exon controlling. See if they can take advantage of this opportunity. Oyala back down for Marcus. The shot from Harlow stopped by Kazu. Just me down low, patient with the puck. And timer from range. Another stop by Kazu, and the puck is cleared out. So a decent look. The opening minute of the man advantage. As for Oyala, circles back. Good poke check. Here's Landstrom. Head of speed, snake bitten in game number 1. Trying to make something happen here. Short-handed, the defense able to hold on. And one more chance here on the man advantage. Oyala. We are back to 5-on-5. His time here continues to circle. Nowhere for Profilipaki to go on the hip check from Domi. Now Landstrom. Beforehand finds Wenger. Still going to be some tired legs out there for Exen. Domi. He finds Wenger. Good patience. Find that balance of not having too much patience. That one thrown towards goal. Bounces all the way to Profilipaki. Stride on side. Oyala. Do anything there. As that one paddled away by Stammer. Shot on deflection bid for Landstrom. Not sure if he got a piece of it or moved out of the way, but regardless, Stammer there. Make another save. 4.5 minutes to go here in the period. Exen able to maintain possession on that zone entry. Back checking pressure from Mosia, and that's where they found a lot of their success. Controlling the neutral zone. No need for Wenger at the point. Pass off the mark. Mosia down low. Wanted the wraparound. Not able to find it. 2 minutes to play here in the first period. Game number 2 of this best of 7. Patience here from Harlow to the forehand. Finds Profilipaki. Loose puck, and it is being waved off as it crosses the goal line. We'll get another look at it.
And here's the question, is it a kick-in or is it goaltender interference? Because that's two very different results potentially depending on what we're getting the review on for. There was some contact with Kazu over at that left side of the crease, but it didn't impact the play at all. Looks like it's going to be for the kick-in and no goal. So break there for Exen. That would have been big there for Totori to be able to get that opening goal. Would have been a little bit of a fluky one, but in the playoffs, you don't care. As long as you can get that goal on the board, that's all you want.
A wake-up call, perhaps, for Exen. Here they come on the attack. Bakery tries the short side. Kept out by Stammer. Final moments, one more chance. And offside here. That will pretty much do it for the period. Then Exen, the advantage in shots. Likely the advantage in time on attack as well. But it is now 4 periods of play without a goal. Not a promising sign for a team that struggled to find the back of the net through their 28-game regular season.
Yeah, and, you know, it just kind of feels like it's been the same old story for Exen, both for better and for worse. Good defense, strong goaltending, but just not a whole lot of goal scoring to pair along with it. And in game 1, now is the case. You could argue they just kind of got goalied and they could have had 3 or 4 goals, and so far in period 1 of game number 2, that's been the exact same case as well. Only Totorit hasn't really been able to create a whole lot either or find the back of the net. So, you know, it's just, again, Tootie, I've got to agree with you. You got to find a way to put the shot on net. You're getting the time on attack. You're passing the puck well. You're doing everything right pretty much but scoring. And I feel like after a while, you know, you can try to go for that perfect play, but Totorit's not allowing you to have it. You got to try to force the issue somewhat and make some of your own magic. And it just feels like Exen have not been able to do that, whether it's a tip play, whether it's a rebound. You just got to try to find something to turn the fortunes here, because right now it's just not working.
As we get ready for the second period of play, as always, the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lakritsi. We will see. Able to find that breakthrough goal. Oyala sends it across for Profilipaki. Early look for Totori. Anchor tries to go across. Defense there yet again. Back off there by Landstrom, able to get it over to Wenger. Plainly, Domi's pass doesn't find its way through. Bakery one more time. Up to Wenger at the point. Moshe skates it all the way back as well. A lot of possession time. B pass. Domi. Hammer from Wenger and another save by Stammer with Moshe on the doorstep.
I mean, you just have to wonder what is going to take the break Stammer, right? I mean, what is it going to be? What are they going to be able to create? And again, can Totari help him out a little bit here? He's been spectacular back there for him. They've got to give him some help on the offensive end and alleviate a little bit of that pressure to be asked on him.
Another opportunity for Moshe. That one kept out. Full pressure for Exon. Finger back to Moshe. Gets it back one more time. Bakery. Need to cycle on the outside. Low shot on. 3 in control one more time. Pass off the mark. Moshe keeps it in. Full pressure about to expire. Banger shot. Excellent block by Karkas. Pressure off, but still very tired legs out there. One timer for Landstrom. Another stop by Stammer. Domi back for Wenger. Bakery low shot on. Another save. Make it 10 in this game. For the halfway point of regulation. Landstrom the takeaway. Finds Moshe. Over the line. In front for Bakery. And another save by Stammer. Great outlet pass up to Profilipaki. Tries to feed in front. Harlow. To Oyala. Able to find that shot. 11-2, the advantage for Exon. Here's Landstrom. Blocked by Harlow. Goes it for Domi. Survives a couple of threats. Wenger, though, loses it. Gets it back for a teammate here. And another net drive. Reader able to defend. Harlow for Profilipaki. Oyala's shot. Stopped by Kazu. 6.5 to go. An offside call here. Shots 11-3 in Exon's favor.
I was just about to point that out. I mean, just stunning, really, the numbers and the amount of tangible opportunities that Exon has had compared to Totarit, who haven't really been able to create much of anything yet. Here we are, still a scoreless draw, and both sides looking to draw first blood more than halfway through this game already.
Puck dump to the far side corner. Profilipaki tries to get it towards goal. A little trouble for Kazu. Looked to play it out. The puck was still in a dangerous area.
Again, we mentioned it earlier, goalies in the elite division, they're not afraid to play that puck out and get a little bit aggressive. They feel like they can keep the momentum and keep the flow of the game going, or maybe catch the defense off guard, get a quick rush for their offense. But in a playoff series, you know, the risk is a little bit heightened. You never know if that one goal is going to be the difference between dropping a game or gaining a game. So typically goalies like to err on the side of caution this time of the season. You saw that there.
Still await the opening goal of this game. Miscommunication there for Totarit, not able to gain the line. And coming up a little bit later on, it is our number 1 seed in Parasite taking on the 8th seed in Goons, the first 2 games of that best of 7. See if Goons are able to find an answer for the relentless offensive pressure and point production of Parasite. Including I believe, a tripping call coming up here. I was going to say a 65-goal season and shortened season for Vatu. But a trip here and a power play coming up for Exon as Profilipaki heads to the box.
Yeah, and this is a big opportunity here for Exon because remember, Totorit, the worst penalty kill in the league during the regular season. So Exon maybe not a particularly impressive power play at 15%, but still, you're going up against a weak penalty kill so far as well. So going to be interesting to see that battle.
As Wenger. Backskate has Lundstrom. Back to Wenger at the point. They're going to look for here on this man advantage, and it wasn't that as Harlow makes the play and clears it out. Lundstrom back for Domi. Ozier tried to go across. Defense was there to take it away. Final minute of the period. Oyala not able to clear it all the way down. This time, though, he is a successful penalty kill. Far side corner, 3 seconds left, and that will do it. We have yet to see a goal through the first 40 minutes. Make that now 5 straight periods of play without a goal for Exon. Something's got to give.
Something's got to give eventually, and you wonder if this is going to be one of those games that ends up in a 1-0 game. And, you know, you have Stammer who feels like he's an unstoppable force, and Exon's offense not really finding much being the immovable object. It's very, very odd almost to see it play out this way just because we know what Exon is capable of. We know what they are able to do. We've seen them, you know, not just necessarily as a team together, but we see them separately on other teams. All these guys step up and be some of the most dynamic offensive players that the Elite Division has to offer, and it just feels like they don't have answers, Doogie. I think that's the stunning part about this. They just don't seem to have answers to not just Stammer, but just anything that Totorit's defense is throwing at them.
Gonna look there at one of the chances. Looking for that 5-hole sweep, but the stick was there. The third period. About ready to begin. Game 2 in their best of 7. Our 2 seed Totorit taking on number 7 Exon. See who is able to find that breakthrough. I think they're able to get that one around. Tupika turns it over. Carlos' pass was off the mark though. 3 for Moja, tried to spin. And Wenger at the point, hit by Oyala. Talked about the physicality that he brings and how it could be a difference maker, but Exon's still in control. Wraparound chance, saved by Stammer. He has it knocked away. Domi's there to maintain it. One-timer that deflected high. Looked like it might have dropped into that open side corner. Big saves by Stammer. Somehow, some way, Exon still haven't scored a goal.
I do not know how that puck didn't find the way in the back of the net. It was on the red line. It was in front of him. It was on the side of him. It was pretty much at every angle it could have possibly been. And you figured this is what Exon's going to break through. I was even thinking it like this is the one where Exon's going to break through and find that goal. And they just can't seem to do it. I mean, unreal. Honestly, just a masterclass that Stammer's putting on right now. And then a little bit of luck there with that post. Insane. How does that not go in? Wow.
What's the parallax angle on that one? The term Calgary Flames fans still don't like to hear. But then that second chance, too. Exon continuing to be snake bitten. 15-18 to go. Here in the third as Oyala over the line. Defense hounding him. Megasormi to Caracas trying to find some space here. The possession, it goes all the way back. The Totorit zone. And back here. Chase attempt. Oyala for Caracas. Tries to throw one towards goal. Defense able to pick it off. Lundstrom now with speed across an active stick. Darkus to deny that opportunity. Oyala not able to find any space. And in control. Darkus with possession time here. Rofalapaki. Possession, that pass. Picked off by Lundstrom, but they win it back. Vegasormi using the wall. Oyala there on the off wing. On his own time. Consecutive zone time I can remember for Totori, but they get nothing out of it. Here's Pikari. Good poke check. Last moment by Karkas to take that away. Filipaki having to avoid Domi. Totori will reset now. 7 minutes left. In regulation. Puck dumped into that far side. Time hip check. Arlo wins it back. Looking one-timer blocker stop from Kazu. Now the pass, Wenger didn't like what he saw. And backs up. The dump and chase here. Lundstrom tried to go back to the point. Can't find it. Of course, our regular season format, you get extra points for a regulation win. No such pressure this time. Only thing that matters is that W. Pocket to Harlow. Another save by Kazu. It's his 5th of the game. Oyala for Karkas trying to find some space. Defense is there. Oyala wanted Profilipaki. Broken up. He gets it back. Not able to find another follow-up pass. Less than 90 seconds. Here's Lundstrom. Has a chance. Toe drag save by Stammer. 52 seconds. As Domi. The forehand. Has Wenger. His shot. Saved again. Trying to step in, wanted the feed in front, bouncing puck corralled by Karkas. Quick outlet to Oyala, has a little bit of space, can't get the shot off towards goal. Omi again strips him of the puck. Exon trying to get something going. Segasormi there to take it away. Great quick pass for Harlow. Now Karkas stepping up. Feed in front. Profilipaki had a chance. 5 seconds left. Overtime on the agenda here in game 2.7 will not be enough time to make something happen here. So for Exon, make that now 2 full games without a goal. But they can still win game 2 with their first goal of this series.
And, you know, I think it was Antonio Mana that said in the chat, I'm just going to reiterate it, this Stammer carry job needs to be studied. I mean, it is absolutely insane how many opportunities Exit have had, how many bounces it looks like they would have, and it just none of it will find its way into the back of the net. I can't remember the last time I've seen something like that. And I can't remember the last time I've seen a 0-0 game going into overtime. I mean, look at the stats, too. I mean, we talked about Exon being the shoe more. Totori's in the same boat. I mean, 5 shots and 7+ minutes of time on attack is very rarely going to win you many games. It's great you've got time of possession, but you've got to take advantage of it and create some scoring opportunities. And it just feels like really Totori haven't been able to do that. And, you know, I think Exon, they need to switch it up. They've had opportunities. They just haven't been able to really get any of them to hit. So it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be able to break this one out, especially with that next goal being the one that wins. And it's going to be interesting to too see if maybe the aggression ramps up with both of these two sides, considering you never really know when that one goal is going to happen.
Here we go. Overtime underway. This one dumped in. Coming over to Wenger. Knocked away. A bit of trouble here for Totori. And the 2 seed. Shot on. Paddled away by Kazu. Totori, being the 2 seed heading into this matchup, they just haven't been able to find that offensive output that they would have been hoping for as well. Exon have played solidly defensively. As that one deflected off a defender, no shot registered, but still a dangerous moment.
Very dangerous moment. And, Totori, they've not necessarily been a team that's been known to put the puck on a lot either. 4 fleece shots in the league, so it's not been their strong suit necessarily either, but they're going to have to find a way now.
Puck again, finds its way to Oyala. Arcus will settle things down. Quick out from Wenger, tried to find Landstrom in stride, has it now. Circles, one-timer, that one just missed. For Moja, bouncing puck. Reed back in control. Oyala over the line, has it knocked away. Wins it back. Arcus at the point. Shot deflected. That one clips the post. A wake-up call for Exon. As Landstrom. Or Domi. Back down to the corner. For Wenger. Off for Moja. Puck in a dangerous spot. And Stammer, that glove is just magnetized to the puck.
Yeah, it's like they're inseparable. It's really kind of crazy. I genuinely can't remember the last time I've seen something like this in this division. It's actually absurd to watch, genuinely, on both sides.
In control. We are halfway through overtime number 1. Offside call here against Exon. 2-0 victory for Totori. Back in game 1. Feels like a long time ago.
Goal scoring has not been at a premium in this series, to say the least. Still some fun action, though. We love to see a good goaltending defensive battle sometimes. You gotta switch up, especially in a game like NHL 25, where there's been a lot of goals, almost 3 goals for per game across the league this year is a league record. So not often we've seen a game like this. Kind of refreshing in a way.
For the last couple of years, people have said, human goalies too strong, too many advantages, and well, here we go. This is a year where it's been the year of the offense so far, and well, case in point, goalies can still take over. Omi not able to find a pass there. Arlo finds Oyala on the boards, but again, just nowhere to go. Exon have played just such stellar defense. Finger from Ozia, sends it around. Hikari wiped out by Oyala. Wenger trying to keep it alive. Loose puck for Mozia. Back from Domi, now again to the point. Find their way in. Good hit one more time. Counter attack here for Totori. Oyala in front, and a good save by Kazu, his best of the game. Tough for him too, just 7 shots in what has nearly been 4 periods of play. Tough to stay locked in. This over the line, has Oyala. Point one more time, TDD, one-timer save, rebound, big stop by Kazu. Called upon out of nowhere in the latter stages of this overtime. But holding his team in it. Wenger dumps it in. Landstrom's going to win the race. Tries to go short side. Defense was all over it. Now Wenger with 38 seconds to play in OT1. This one's going to towards goal. Stammer able to get it away. Kept in by Wenger. Back to the forehand. Domi. And Lundstrom's shot. That one saved. Awkward moment there where the puck was bouncing. More chance here perhaps for Totorit Oyala. With protection. Characters at the point. 7 seconds. Tries to go across for Profilipaki. Oyala still in control. 2 seconds left. Can't find a pass. Double overtime here in game number 2. I mean, Major, what more can you say here? Exon still not able to find the back of the net, but Totorit in this game, 4 periods of play. They got some good chances in that overtime, but again, Kazu able to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, we've talked so much about Stammer, but Kazu has been phenomenal in this series as well so far. And you know, Tugi, you can tell anyone as well as me, I am a certified yapper, but I do not have much more to say. I genuinely don't. I mean, it is insane how this game has gone without any goals. Both sides having opportunities. It looked like you just know it's going to get the back of the net, and it just doesn't for one reason or another. I would genuinely love to know what the longest game in ECL history is without a goal, because this has got to be up there.
I mean, if it's not, it's got to be close.
Yeah.
As we get ready for double overtime here in game number 2. Just 2 goals scored in this series so far, both for Totorit in game 1. Again, Exon have now gone through 7 periods of play without a goal. Not for a lack of trying, certainly. The winning teams find a way. Well, not able to find Profilipaki, but Totorit went back. The shot. Rebound and another big set of saves for Kazu. He's faced more of the puck here in the overtimes than he did in the actual periods of regulation.
And give credit for Totorit. They're adjusting. They're being more aggressive with their shot selection. It's working for them.
Don't like what they see here. They're going to drop back. Stamina regeneration, build up some speed. They tried to dump and chase Segasormi, but Domi was able to handle it. As Domi looking at his options. Picked off by Profilipaki. He elects to do with it. On the half wall, back to Segasormi, and again now Profilipaki. Low shot. Kazu pounces on it. Plays it out as well as Exon. Trying to force the pace. Oyala, great job holding up the opposition, but Exon in control. E3 over the line. Tries to go in front. Profilipaki's there. Trying to generate speed. Profilipaki protects, gets it towards goal. It finds its way in, but for the second time in this game, it's going to be reviewed.
And again, kick in or goal interference. That's the big question, because it went in a little bit late. I don't know if the goalie interference when he bumped into him was going to be a part of that, because when... Gosh, I don't know. That's going to be a good question. Let's see. Goalie interference.
No goal. The second waved off goal of the game.
Both for Totorit, too.
Yeah. We said something's got to give, but we keep getting more twists to the tail here. 11 minutes to play in OT2. Sudden death in the playoffs, of course. Although, you know, I do have to say, if it was up to me, as intense as these can be, a shot there, loose puck is recovered. There's Profilipaki there. Feed in front, they score! Out of nowhere, Harlow, again, his second game winner in as many games. Totorit up 2-0 in the series after a double overtime victory here in game 2. And Major, It's back-to-back shutouts for Stammer to start the series. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and remember, he had one shutout in the entire regular season. So, I mean, just insane. I mean, we're 2 games into the playoffs, and we already have just had absolute madness. I mean, a crazy, crazy game despite being a 1-0 score. I mean, if you're just now joining us, you would have thought that was the series. No, that's the game 2 score, and it went to double overtime. I mean, just absolutely insane what we got here out of this game. Really fun, nevertheless. I mean, honestly, I know it was only 1 goal, but just the back and forth, the goaltending duel, the defense, it's refreshing to get games like that sometimes. The 5-6 games are nice, the 7-8 games instead, the other can be cool to watch, but sometimes it's just so interesting to just wait and see who's going to break and how it's going to happen. It was in the benefit of Totori. Unfortunately for Kazu, he got a little bit of it, but just wasn't able to get enough of it to keep that out of the net. And Totori, a 2-0 series lead over Exon as the 2 seed. Really, really huge start for them. And gosh, I know Exon and Totori probably are both going to be happy these 2 games are over. They're going to want to take some time and regroup, but Stammer probably wishes they could play again right now because he was beyond spectacular here tonight.
A big night for Totori. Maybe not the way they would have preferred the action to play out in regards to needing double overtime to get the win, but a win is a win, and they walk away with 2 out of the 2 possible to kick things off. As we will get another look here at the winner.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see here. Yeah, it's just kind of hidden off of, it looks like maybe off of the blocker of Kazu. It's not necessarily the closest angle, but it looked like it maybe hit off the blocker of Kazu. It is. He did a relatively good job, I thought, of being able to read that play. Slid over there, but maybe just a split second too late. That's something with goalies that is a really, under talked about thing. That split second can be the difference between getting that save cleanly and getting that spreading animation like that to where it just hits it off of a piece of your padding and goes in the back of the net. That's what happened there for Exon, unfortunately, but fortunately, Totori worked out for them. They get that 1 goal. It's all it took in this one, and they go in with a 2-0 series lead, which, obviously still got a lot more business to take care of, but a massive, massive advantage heading into game 3 for them.
We'll see if Exon can find a way to battle back into the series. A lot of questions that need to be answered that, well, it's really continuing off of a problem that they had for the regular season. Through 2 games, they still don't have an answer for that lack of goal scoring. But again, that is just our first series kicking off here on this broadcast. We have our second matchup, our number 1 seed in Parasite, in their first 2 games against our 8th seed in Goons. We'll set the stage for you in a few moments, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Yeah, Major, again, quality over quantity. When it works, but when it doesn't, it really doesn't. That's not
to get a goal early to take the lead.
Hikari to the box. The power play opportunity coming up. Streaming down low, patient with the puck. Timer from range. Another stop by Kazu with anything there. As that one paddled away by Stammer. Forehand finds Profilipaki, loose puck, and it is being waved off as it crosses the goal line. A wake-up call perhaps for Exon. Here they come on the attack. Bakery tries the short side, kept out by Stammer. All the way back as well, a lot of possession time. He passed, Omi. From Wenger, and another save. Pass off the mark. Moji keeps it in. Pressure about to expire. Banger's shot. Excellent block by Carcass. Pressure off. Still very tired legs out there. One timer for Landstrom. Another stop by Stammer. The line in front for Peakery. And another save by Stammer. Puck up to the far side corner. Profilipaki tries to get it towards goal. The trouble for Kazu, look to play it out. Yeah, 65 goal season. It's shortened season for Vatu. But a trip here and a power play coming up for Exon. Ben's able to pick it off. Lundstrom now with speed across, an active stick in regulation. Puck dumped into that far side. Time hip check. Arlo wins it back. Looking one. Wanted profile of hockey. Broken up. He gets it back. Able to find another follow-up pass. Less than 90 seconds. Here's Lundstrom. Has a chance. Toe drag. Great quick pass for Harlow. Now Gark is stepping up. Feet in front. Profile of puck. Haven't been able to find that offensive output they would have been hoping for as well. Exon have played solidly.
Put the puck on a lot either. 4 free shots in the league, so it's not been their strong suit necessarily either, but they're going to have to find a way now.
Stride has it now. Circles one-timer. That one just missed. Has it knocked away. Wins it back. Darkus at the point. Shot deflected. That one clips the post. Wenger. Moja. Puck in a dangerous spot. Their way in. Good hit one more time. Counter attack here for Totorit. Oyala in front and a good save by Kazu. This over the line has Oyala. Point one more time to
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
And we are back, everybody. A big thank you for sticking with us here at SportsGamer. Our first matchup of our postseason coverage is in the books, which means it's time to shift things over to Parasite and Goons. 1 versus 8. As well, Major, we'll kind of speed through things here to get back on track after a double overtime game last time out. Of course, you know, we talk about the regular season numbers as well. We'll take a quick look at the standings just to show kind of where these teams were, as again, Parasite ran away with the league in the regular season. Goons, on the other hand, well, it was 1 win that separated them and Polsky boys for this final playoff spot.
Yeah, and you know, it's just so interesting to see this whole Goons team into this position, right? Because you go back to early June and they were knocked out of the Elite Division. They finished in that 13 to 15 spot and they got knocked out in the relegation series against, ironically enough, Mustakulta, who ended up being a playoff team this year and finished in 3rd. So maybe not the worst look in the world now, knowing what Mustakulta has turned into, but nevertheless, Goons looked like they were on their way down to the Pro Division and got kind of a lifeline thrown to them and were able to qualify their way in through the Elite Qualifier after a few teams dropped out, and they've taken full-fledged advantage of that opportunity. A lot of people thought they'd be kind of fighting for a spot in no man's land again, but yet here they are, and I think it's got to be considered a pretty successful campaign for them, really, no matter what happens from this point on. But man, you hate to see them get rewarded with a matchup of Parasite, just because Parasite, as we mentioned, is arguably one of the best regular seasons we've ever seen. They've scored more goals in the season than anyone else ever has. Fatu with a record-setting season. I mean, everything about this Parasite team has been pretty much perfect, honestly. And it's going to be really interesting to watch how they can carry that over, especially after what was a 2-week break.
Well, let's take a look at the further in-depth team stats as well that we had for these two clubs in regards to those regular season numbers. Goons making it to the playoffs despite a negative goal differential. A Parasite with the absolutely absurd plus 101 differential. Another thing to keep in mind, Major, of course, you know, this allows us to get a look at the special teams numbers. For Goons, I don't know what you're hoping for in this particular series in regards to, do you want Parasite to be on the kill because they've been absolutely outstanding? Do you want to have a man advantage because they've really struggled to get the power play going this year as well?
Yeah, I mean, you almost just kind of hope that it's 5-on-5 the entire time in a way when you just kind of look at the power play and the penalty kill numbers because there's really not a specific advantage for Goons in any special team scenario because of how good Parasite's been on that special team's end and just how much Goons has struggled. So you kind of hope almost, I think, that you keep it at 5-on-5 and you just try to slow the game down as much as you can. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when those certain special team scenarios come up and just how much of an advantage that is for Parasite and if Goons can kind of narrow the gap a little bit compared to what we saw from them in the regular season.
Well, we have, of course, a lot to get to here, but let's take a look at the lineups for this matchup. As for Goons, Kontala, Lexa, Kanerly, the front three, Sisu, and Easy Just Sniper on defense, with Circula in goal. On the other side, Vatu, Benito, and Nikki Dangles, with Tombo and Temu on defense, and it'll be Nike between the pipes for Parasite. Let's take a look at that center comparison. Lexa against Benito. Obviously, Major, for every single one of these matchups, numbers are going to be tilted towards one side, but it is those face-off percentage numbers that really caught my eye with how close they are.
Yeah, very, very even. Both of them over positive at the faceoff dot so far this season. So that possession game going to be really, really interesting to look out for. And I mean, really, I know it's kind of easy to get lost in this, but the goals are not too far between these two either. Lexa having 21, Benito having 26. It's just the big difference is the assist numbers, just because how elite that Parasite has been on the offensive end, having those two wingers of Vatu and Nikki Dangles next to you, and Benito just being such a skilled playmaker. The assist numbers just look so insane next to Lexa, who has also had a really, really good season. 45 points in the 28 games he's played, really even numbers between the goals and the assists, and he's their second leading scorer. So, I know it's easy to kind of look at his numbers and kind of just overshadow them because of what Benito has done, but give Lexa this credit as well. He's been very good this season.
We have the winger comparison here next, as again, it is Kontala and Kanerdy for Goons against Vatu and Nikki Dangles. Incredibly respectful numbers for the duos on the Goons side of things, and of course, living up to the namesake as well. The physicality is unbelievable, but it's the point production on the other side. And I mean, 65 goals in 28 games at this level, Major. It's just otherworldly.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite literally ridiculous. I mean, it's insane just to see the numbers that VOD2 has put up. 104 points. You mentioned the 65 goals. I mean, how often do you see someone have just 8 less goals and they do hits and they've played all 28 games? I mean, that is how good VOD2 has been. And you look at Nicky Daniels right next to him, he has more assists than he does hits. Like, it's just what these two have been able to do. You almost wish you could give both of them co-player of the year. Like, genuinely, that is how good both of them have been. It's honestly a shame that you likely can only have one, just depending on how the voting goes. But nevertheless, Cantala and Canary on the other side have both been very, very good this season. Again, this is a Goons team that has had to come a long way. So you want to make sure that you give them their proper due and their proper respects because they have had a very good season. These two have been at the forefront of it, especially on the offensive end, where Goons over the last few seasons before they got relegated were struggling with a little bit. So these two have had a lot to do with that success, and I'd expect them to make a few plays here today.
The defensive comparison up next. It is Sisu and Isicha Sniper against Tombo and Temu. And, similar story, right? For the comparisons here in the head to head. But man, we gotta talk about Temu. I mean, 64 points as a defenseman with 19 goals. It's absolutely ridiculous. But in fairness, in terms of goal scoring, ECH Sniper had 12. I mean, it's a really interesting matchup here.
Yeah, an interesting stat about Tebu, you mentioned the 64 points. He ranks 6 out of all skaters in the division. Not just defensemen, out of all skaters, he ranks 6 in the entire elite division in points. And outside of his two teammates, there are only 2 players that have more points than him in the entire league. That's how good he has been at that right D spot. It's just not a season that you see very often, and yet he's also very physical as well. He has double the hits of anyone else in this in this graphic right now. 186 compared to 70, 87, and 58. So he's done a little bit of everything, but I want to talk a little bit about Sisu and Easy Chop Sniper as well. Obviously, two players that are known very, very well at the 1v1 scene, two very good playmakers and play generators. They play the defensive side well as well. I'm interested to see how these two match up against this Parasite team. It's so dynamic offensively because I like these two guys a lot as a duo. I think they might be one of my favorite defensive pairings, arguably, in the league, just because of that ability and how well their 1v1 game translates to the Sixes side. It's gonna be fun to watch those two here tonight. I'm excited to see them.
The goaltenders are final head-to-head to take a look at before we get into the action. Circula against Nikkei. Circula played the vast majority of his team's games, solid numbers as well, while Nikkei, of course, a part of a tandem this season. But in terms of goaltenders and their performance level in the playoffs, there are not too many that are even in the same conversation as Nikkei and what he has done in postseason play within the Elite Division.
Yeah, and you mentioned the goalie pairing duo of him and Vincere splitting those 28 games evenly. It's funny because he only had that 80.8 save percentage, which isn't too shabby. Vincere was right behind him, but he had 85.4, so it's kind of interesting to see how big of a discrepancy there was. But as you mentioned, Tugi, Unique, he's one of those goalies to where when the playoffs arrive, he just gets better. I mean, he's just one of those guys. There's some players that just turn things up that extra notch when they hit this time of the season. Unique, he is one of those guys. There's no question about it. I'm actually looking at the stat now. 226 career playoff games in the ECL, and he has an 82 save percentage. So it goes to show you how good he is this time of year. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch him in Circle, especially considering they have very, very similar numbers so far in the season.
Well, with that, again, we are just a few moments away from the action beginning, waiting for the teams to match up and get things underway. We can, of course, take a look at the playoff bracket to see how things stand. Again, this is just the opening day of action for these matchups. Totoriti 2-0 series lead over Exon to begin this postseason. Again, both games a shutout victory, one in regulation and one in double overtime. And of course, Major, the other two series yet to begin, 3 versus 6. It is Mustakalta and the Blackjacks. Blackjacks going to be looking for their first ever playoff series victory here at the elite level. And of course, Voitimatone taking on Mythics, who did a phenomenal job at the end of the season of rising up the ranks. I think I said on the wraparound it was 5 spots over the last 2 weeks to take the 5 seed.
Yeah, I mean, Mythics really surged their way up there, and they had a crazy win streak at the end of the season to really earn their way there. So, arguably the hottest team in the league against a Voitimatone team that obviously just has so much experience overall. But, Sugi, you see, we've got the matchup here ready to go. It looks like a lot of the builds, a lot of your run of the mill stuff, a lot of puck moving defensemen, a lot of playmakers, and a lot of snipers. So, I'm almost kind of surprised to see that on the Goon side just because they are so known for their physicality. You would instantly think that they maybe use those bigger, broader builds with a little bit more strength, but they're kind of going with the typical meta that you would see in the Elite Division, and they're still able to get their physicality in there as well. So I'm going to be really excited to see how Parasite handles that, and if maybe Goons can try to bother and disrupt the flow of what Parasite wants to do by utilizing that physicality they have.
Is game number 1 in this best of 7 series. A tall task for Goons in this matchup. But you never say never in the Elite Division. It is game number 1 here, of course, a Parasite in the home red to kick off this series. See what, again, Goons are able to do here. It's such a tall task, but when you're playing a team as favorited as Parasite, you get to play a little bit more stress-free hockey. You got nothing to lose. I think, most people be like, oh, okay, a Parasite sweep. Yeah, whatever. That was probably expected. It's a great opportunity for Goons. Try and make something happen here in what would be, you would have to say the biggest upset if they're able to pull this off. But obviously, it is just game 1. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Parasite, a lot of zone time here on this possession. They continue to cycle this puck around. Angles for Vatu. Tamu again. They just continue to keep that Goons defense moving, waiting for one opening. Tamu looking to generate a different look. Atu gets it back to him. That one goes all the way through. Did a good job there of holding up. The other way, a shot on, handled easily by Nike. Lays it out to get Parasite right back into the mix. Combo for Tamu. Benito, patient in the corner. Tombo again for Benito. Big hit there, takes out Tamu. Parasite still in possession. Goons doing everything they can. Finally do find the puck in a little bit of space. Ike was off the post there, but no shot attempt from Kontala. Kicks back to the point. Just Sniper not able to get that one through. Trip coming up here. And in the regular season, woeful Goons power play gonna go to work, but you never know. Playoffs are a different animal.
Yeah, and you said woeful, and that's probably about as accurately as you could have put that. Just around 9% on the power play during the regular season, worst in the division by a pretty healthy margin. So, this is a Goons power play that really didn't have a whole lot in the first 28 games of the season. But hey, new playoffs, new year, new season, basically for Goons. Let's see if they can right the ship.
The power play goes to work. The shot stopped by Nike. Throw it back in front. Parasite's there. Outlet pass from Tombo. Here's Nicky Dangles. No sign of slowing down. Vatu not able to get that shot through. Run on by Tamu. Paddled away. Already halfway through this Goons power play. Tamu chips that one out. 30 seconds left on the man advantage. Goons into the attacking zone. One-timer, that one clipped the post. And a penalty gonna be called here. Interference on Tamu. After the one-time effort. There you see the extra bit of contact. Goons with a very short 5-on-3 power play here.
It's surprising to see Parasite having such trouble getting into the box. They were the least penalized team in the league during the regular season, just 34 penalty minutes. So really a shock to see them, really struggling taking these penalties and giving Goons some of these chances. I feel like this is one Goons has to take advantage of here.
Space, good save by Nike. Back to 5-on-4. Another save, and the puck cleared out by Vatu. Goons quickly trying to get back in on the attack. Sisu not able to hold, and again cleared out for Parasite. Halfway through the interference minor on Tamu. This Kontala with speed sends it across. Nike keeps it out. A couple of great looks for Goons here, out shooting Parasite 6-1 as Benito tried to make something happen shorthanded. Ultimately, it's going to end up in an icing call on the man advantage for Goons.
Yeah, not what you want to see if you're Goons, especially when you had two power plays back to back to start this game, and it just feels like a wasted opportunity. They had chances. I mean, you got to give them that, but you just feel like, man, if you can find a way to get a goal or two, it really puts you in a good position. Those are the opportunities that you have to capitalize on to beat a team like this in this situation.
Loose puck. Tamu able to come up with it. One-timer, they score! The opportunity lost for Goons. Parasite strike first with Tamu picking up right where he left off.
I mean, it just doesn't stop with this guy, does it? I mean, and that's what we were just talking about, Tugi. Lost opportunity. When you have those chances, you have to take advantage of them because you know that Parasite can strike, bite you at any second. That's exactly what happened there. They only had one shot on net the entire period before that. Goons had control of the game. They had the best opportunity, and they were not able to find their way on the scoreboard, and Parasite made them pay.
65 goals in the regular season for Vatu. He kicks off the scoring here in the playoffs. As Parasite survive, again, an abbreviated 5-on-3. They have the opening goal of this series and a couple of offside calls here. And just game 1 of 2 that we will be covering here in this opening broadcast of our quarterfinal coverage. Of course, we will have our Pro Division Spotlight cast tomorrow as well. More info on that a little bit later on. A shot. Pinballs around. Goons still in control. A force in front. Benito's there. Miscommunication here for Parasite, but they do gain the zone. Final minute. They throw it in front. Goons there to take it away. Latu tried to go to Tombo. Wasn't able to get that clean pickup. One more chance here, perhaps, for Goons. 2 seconds left. Pass over, shot, and a save for Nike. Just not enough time left on the clock. Vatu has the opening goal for Parasite. They lead 1-0 after 1.
And I mean, who else, right, to start out the playoff scoring with Vatu? It just seems right. It just feels right. And the patented one-time play over to that left wing side that Parasite has really just perfected all season long with him. It comes in clutch yet again. And again, I feel like that first period, Goons had to feel pretty good about everything they did, other than not being able to take advantage of those early opportunities that they had. They had the momentum. They had the quick start. Parasite really didn't have a whole lot going for them offensively, other than having a lot of time on attack. But yet, it just feels like Goons were not able to do enough to find their way to take advantage of it. And, you know, give Nike credit. He made big saves during that period. But at the end of the day, when you have a team like this in Parasite, those are the opportunities that you feel like just have to be capitalized on. You just got to find a way to do it. Goons wasn't able to, and Parasite went right on the other end and went right back to business.
We get ready here for the second period of play. Always the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalan Lacrity. Game 1 of 2. Parasite up 1-0 at the end of the first period. Vatu will score there. Second chance. Parasite off to a strong start here. Combo over to Temu. Benito in front, defense. Able to hold on. A chance there. Pulled out of the crease by Tombo. Space for Tombo on the other side. There was Benito. And a shot, that one fired over the top of the net. Goaltender actually might have gotten a piece of it. Parasite have had a couple of chances. Just one registered shot on goal so far in the period is a big hit there from Temu. Excuse me, for Vatu. Temu now gets it up to Vatu. Benito pulled the trigger. Defense, though, again, able to break that up. Temu keeps it in. Vatu wanted the one-timer. Good job by Sniper to take that one away. The line here. Sisu. Circling through. Shot blocked by Nick Angles. And nearly an own goal, and it is ultimately an own goal. Worst case scenario for Goons. Nick Angles will get credits on an own goal. 2-0 Parasite.
Yeah, that's just an unfortunate play there for Goons. You mentioned Nicky Dangle's going to get credit for that goal. I believe that was the defenseman there of Goons that had that puck. He just wasn't really able to keep with it, unfortunately. And man, just a really tough break there for Goons. But Nicky Dangle's getting credit for that goal to put Parasite up by 2.
Parasite right back in on the attack. Shot from Vatu. That one stopped. Parasite continuing navigate their way through the offensive zone, trying to draw. Goons right to where they want them. Goons able to survive that threat, though. Having a little bit of trouble getting out of their own zone. They finally find space. The force in front there. Good look. And a penalty called. Third penalty of the game for Parasite.
Yeah, and again, just really surprising because Parasite was the most disciplined team in the regular season in this division. So it's just shocking to see that they've kind of gotten themselves in some penalty trouble, but Goons isn't making them pay for it. So it doesn't really matter if you're taking the penalties if you're not getting paid for it. So, I think this is an opportunity again for Goons. They've not played poorly by any stretch. They've actually played rather well, but you got to find a way to get the goals when you have these opportunities like this, where you have that man advantage. And it's been a problem for Goons all season. It's continuing to really hinder them here in this playoff series so far.
Forehand D-to-D pass. Goons trying to find their way through. Great stop by Nikke on the one-timer from the point. Combo for Teemu. Able to find Vatu, looking to make something happen short-handed. Back to Tombo. Trying to get established in the O-zone. Nicky Dangles just couldn't hold on to it. Back over the line, and we are back to 5-on-5. Parasite, a perfect PK effort so far. Big hit there, takes down Teemu. Opening up space down the other way. A chance here. Thrown in front ultimately. Antala 23 goals in the regular season. Led the team. You almost expect him to take a shot there. Goon's 10th shot. Still without a goal. Find some space here. Defense of Parasite was established. Benito will dump this one around. Vatu gives chase on the hip check. Angles trying to hold on to it. Can't do so. Benito, great job. Helping out the defense in the neutral zone. Parasite bumped out of the zone. Antala got a piece of Vatu. Angles quickly for Teemu. Final minute here in the second period. The pass in front. Circle able to pounce on that and cover. .6 to go. Clean win for Benito. Vatu's shot. Locked down. Combos as well. Benito towards goal. Circula has it. And that will do it for the second period. An own goal provides the insurance for Parasite. We're getting a highlight here from a big save from Nikke, keeping Goons off the board.
Yeah, we talked about it right before this series started, how Nikke is, he's a certified playoff performer. We've seen him do it time and time again when he plays, and he's doing it again here so far in this one. But, nevertheless, I don't feel like Goons is playing bad. They've had some opportunities. They've had some chances. They've gotten some good shots. They've tested Parasite, I think, in a few ways. Just that one goal on a great play set up by Parasite in period number 1, and then kind of just an unfortunate bounce there with that own goal that Nicky Dangles got credited for in period number 2. So just kind of one of those things to where if you're Goons, you just kind of have to harp on the positives, right? You just kind of think about the things that you're doing well and you continue to try to execute those things. Parasite only has 5 shots despite 10 minutes of time on attack. I think there's a lot of good here for Goons. They just have to find their way in getting the puck in the back of the net. They're almost kind of running into a bit of a less severe version of what Exon ran into in the first 2 games of the day.
We get ready for the third period. We wait to see if Goons can find their way back into this game. And Parasite up by 2. Goons in control off the faceoff. Sooner the better for them in terms of finding the back of the net, but they are offside. Kick off the third. Face off, Batu for Nikki Dangles. Again, Goons gonna try to find success through their physicality. And a shot, they score! They had their chances. They've hit a post in this game. It is Kantala finding the space on the short side, top shelf, and we have ourselves a hockey game.
We've got ourselves a game indeed, Tugi, and Kantala, the leading goal scorer for this Goons team, steps up. You see that close quarters ability too. You can kind of see that showed out with how fast and how sharp that wrister was. Nothing Nikkei could do to stop it. Just an absolute rip. Big play for Goons to get themselves back into the game, and still with a ton of time left here in this third period.
Mentioned in the second period, Kantala having some chances, not pulling the trigger despite being the team leading scorer. Nervous moment there for Circula. No mistake from Kantala this time, who has the puck here yet again. It's back to Caesar, deflection off the posts. And that close. They were that close, Major, to tying this game.
That's how quickly these games and these series can shift. It can all happen in a matter of minutes. You saw it right there. Goons went from being down by 2 and searching for answers to now Parasite on their heels just a little bit here.
Space here for Vatu. Big save by Circula. Back to the point for Tombo. Dangles picked off by Kantala, I should say. Does he have the pace? The spin just wide of the post. Tongue-tied there, but that's the type of effort that Kantala is bringing here in this third period. Not only keeping Parasite on their toes, but commentary here as well, as he is doing everything he can propel this Goons squad back into a tie game. As Benito hits the post, second tap went through the blue paint. Now Goons looking, shot, glove, save, and held by Nikkei.
And Nikkei, he's been tested a little bit here in this period. Goons really controlling the way this one's flowing. And you mentioned that move there from Kantala. You got to pull all the bag of tricks out when you have these sort of games. You need a goal. You're the team's leading goal scorer. I respect it. Got a little fancy there and almost worked for him.
There's up the wall there. Vatu has Benito with pace. Deep pass, Tombo for Nikki Dangles. Halfway through the third period, Goons have gotten one back. Buffered shot is blocked. Back to Kantala, the goal scorer, gets wiped out on the hip check by Teemu, who's into the zone now, holds on to possession. Space there, has Benito, back to Teemu, knocked away. As Kantala again trying to find space, has to drop it back to maintain possession. Great pass. In front, Benito there to take it away. A good look from Canary. Now Tombo or Benito. Good patience here for Parasite. Clock down to 6 minutes. Benito has no problem just waiting while Goons look to collapse. That's the thing for Goons. Earlier in the game, you can do that, but in these later stages when you're trailing, it's wise of Parasite as a shot there from Vatu for them to take their time, force you to literally come out of your shell. Save there by Nikkei, plays it out. Goons not able to maintain possession. Foot race for it. That Vatu wins. Good stick lift from Easy Sniper to win it back. Alexa not able to get that shot off. 3 minutes left now. Vatu takes a hit. Parasite still in possession. Benito sends it in. He dangles for Teemu. Good play there. It gets poked back, but the clock is the friend. For Parasite, final minute of play, still up by 1. Clock sent around. Here come Goons. They need something, and they need it quickly. Canary drops back. That shot into traffic. Parasite have it back again. Numbers now down the other way. Atu for Benito. Short side, stopped by Circula. And now Contola for Canery, the outside 1T, and Nikki Dangles almost had a breakaway there. Goons keep it alive. Shot on, stopped by Nike. Another shot saved by Nike. Nikki Dangles trying to get this puck back, at least gets it out of the zone. Full pressure's off. 12 seconds here. Puck chipped in. Combo for Temu. Can't get the outlet. Fought on for Temu. Has it. Numbers for Parasite. They set the pick. Temu can't score. But Parasite get the win nonetheless. 2-1 the final score. Maybe not the way we thought this game would play out, with the exception of a Parasite victory, but it was a close one.
Valiant effort from Goons, maybe a statement loss, as odd as that feels, or odd as that is to say, but nevertheless, Parasite just able to get a little bit more, and I really feel like the turning point in this game, Tuki, was in that first period. Goons starting out with the pair of power plays at a 5-on-3 for a short time. They created a couple of chances, but just were never able to break Unique, and then right after Parasite killed off those two penalties, they went right back on the other end and scored. And that's really the only legitimate goal that Parasite scored on Goons. Remember, the other goal was an own goal where it was a weird kind of puck pickup and it was being carried past the crease and it just kind of rolled its way in. So Goons, I think, can't feel too bad about how they played in this game or how it went. Obviously, they're not going to love the result, but a 1-0 series, still a lot of hockey to play, a lot of series to play, and a little bit of a statement, I think, from Goons there, despite Parasite obviously being the big winners, taking that 1-0 lead in the series.
Again, an own goal is the difference maker in this one, but Goons doing well, getting shots on goal. Time and attack was very much in the favor of Parasite, but of course the goal there that you saw from Vatu, and we'll get a replay, the Nikki Dangles game winner, a bouncing puck, a defensive pickup. That's just one of those messy plays where there's just really not too much that can be done, but the goal from Contola has to be a source of optimism heading into future games. And of course, game 2 will be coming up in just a few moments, our fourth and final game of this broadcast. So stick with us. We'll be right back. Game 2 coming up.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
You have to take advantage of them because you know that Parasite can strike, bite you at any second. That's exactly what happened there. They only had one shot on.
Hold on. A chance there. Pulled out of the an own goal, and it is ultimately an own goal. Worst case scenario for Goons. Nick having a little bit of trouble getting out of their own zone. They finally find space. Force in front there. Good look. And a penalty called. Third penalty.
Series so far.
Forehand D-to-D pass. Goons trying to find their way through. Great stop by Nike on. Angles quickly for Temu. Final minute here in the second period. Oh, Vatu's shot. Locked down. Combos as well. Benito towards goal. Circula has it. To try to find success through their physicality. And a shot, they score! Tala finding the space on the short side, top shelf, and we have ourselves a hockey game. Puck here yet again. Back to Caesar, deflection off the posts.
To now Parasite on their heels just a little bit here.
Space here for Vatu. Big save. Picked off by Contola, I should say. Does he have the pace? The spin just wide of the post. Sight have it back again. Numbers now down the other way. Vatu for Benito. Short side, stopped by Circula. Side 1T, and Nikki Dangles almost had a breakaway there. Goons keep it alive. Shot on, stopped by Nike. Another shot saved by Nike. But Parasite get the win nonetheless. 2-1 the final score.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, everybody, we are back and about ready to go, or at least so we thought. The two teams just about matched up. We were so close, so close to getting through a broadcast without needing a restart. But it turns out our luck is the same in the new year. You just can't escape it, Major. But that does set us up, of course, for a little bit of time to kind of talk about what we saw in that first game from Goons. You know, outpossessed, which doesn't necessarily surprise anybody, I'm sure, you know, with the offensive firepower that a Parasite team possesses. But Goons were a lot more willing to throw shots on net. They hit numerous posts in that game. A 2-1 scoreline in Parasite's favor, with an own goal being the difference maker. Kind of a disservice to Goons. That could have been a game where they won. So I'm really intrigued to see what we see out of game two, because this is the moment in the series, right? Where, hey, Goons get a win here. They're going to be feeling confident. But man, if Parasite are able to put their foot down and take a 2-0 series lead, that could pretty much be it.
Yeah, and you feel like a key for Goons the rest of the series is going to have to be if Parasite wins one, you got to win the next. You got to keep with them. It's going to be way too difficult, I feel like, to try to string together 2 or 3 wins in a row at any point in the series. Just because you have to remember, Parasite is a team that's lost one game all season long, and that one game they lost was by a goal to the number 2 team in the standings in Totorit. So they've got to try to find a way to keep themselves in the series. I don't want to go as far as to say it's a must-win Tugi, but in a weird way, just considering the opponent and the situation, it kind of does have a little bit of that feel to it. And I think the Goons played really well. I think at certain points they were honestly outplaying Parasite, even though they didn't outpossess them. But they just weren't able to find that extra little bit of goal scoring that they needed. Parasite was able to and got that fortunate bounce for their second goal. So, I think that Goons is going to want to try to continue a lot of those good things. And the biggest thing is just can they find that little extra bit of goal scoring punch? I mean, we saw Contla have a couple of opportunities there, but a guy like Lexa with 21 goals could really maybe step up. A guy like Easy Shot Sniper as a defenseman who has 12 goals, or his winger in Canary. All of those guys have that goal scoring ability in them. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to find their way to stepping up and making it happen.
And hopefully, just a few moments away from the action continuing on here. Of course, as well, we need to mention our Pro Division coverage. You may have seen that advertised, of course, in between the games. But tomorrow, our Pro Division spotlight here in the postseason. Rutik taking on Gotham Knights, a 1-1 split in that series. We will be here covering the rest of that matchup, regardless of how far that particular series goes. It was a game, or an interesting set of games to kick off the series. Rutik a 3-1 win, and Gotham Knights with a 3-0 shutout victory. Major, it's been the postseason of shutouts so far. I don't know what the heck's going on.
Yeah, these goalies are just having a ball right now. Honestly, if you're a goalie, you are loving this postseason so far. All of them are stepping up. I mean, we saw 2 in the first 2 games for those who didn't join us earlier, 2 for Toter and Stammer, and we were awful close to seeing one there just now in that game with Unique just allowing 1 goal. And then you mentioned even in the pro division getting in on the fun a little bit. So it's always fun this playoff time, Tugi. So many things click out for us. So many good teams all fighting to try to either win that championship or move their way up the ECL ladder. This series as well against, by the way, Gotham Knights, remember, a team that used to be in this division just a couple of seasons ago. Rutik, a team that was very close to being in this division just a few months ago, lost in the qualifier in 7 games. So 2 teams that have elite level talent and potential trying to put their way back up there in the elite division. So that one should be fun to wrap up.
Again, that is tomorrow. Make sure to tune in for our Pro Division Spotlight. And of course, more Elite Division action on Wednesday and more Elite Division action right here and right now. It is game number 2 as Goons and Parasite. Back at it. Parasite in the road whites for this one. We'll see. Able to find that opening goal as Benito flips the post in the very early stages of this one. Nicky Dangles throws one on, forcing a cover out of Circula.
Quick start for Parasite, exactly what they want to see. 2 quick shots on them, just 2 minutes, controlling the possession, controlling the play, and being the aggressor. It's exactly what Parasite wants to do against a Goons team, is trying to make that exact same thing happen for themselves.
These numbers here for Goons. That pass, though, off the mark. Sets up Parasite down the other way. As Temu tried to drag that one towards the front, Circle is there to able to make a play on the puck and cover.
And again, just continuing to apply the pressure here. Right now, it's Parasite. Like it looked like Goons was going to try to have a chance to counter. Parasite comes in and gets an offensive zone draw on the other end. So that's, again, the exact start that Goons does not want in a game that does feel a little bit like it needs to be a must-win. You don't want to go down 2-0. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond.
The pass in front broken up by Nicky Dangles. Of course, one of the premier two-way players in this tier. Tombo's backhand on stopped. Full pressure developed early for Parasite. A move for Benito. Circles back. Tombo for Vatu. Low shot handled by Circula. Trouble for Goons. Unable to get it out. Seconds left in the pressure. Good movement here. They find that shooting opportunity. Nito, nice low shot. Already the 5th shot of the game. They wanted the odd angle one-timer for Vatu. It was picked off. You see the aggressive forecheck here from Parasite, knowing there's still tired legs out there for Goons. Finally able to drag it back and settle it down. Up the wall, Nikki Dangles has Vatu in the middle. Goons back in control here, but again, heavy forechecking presence from Parasite. Sensing opportunity here as Goons not able to time it at the line. They're offside.
Just a little bit disjointed right now, it feels like Goons is with the puck. They just don't really have a whole lot going for them, and it doesn't really feel like they're on the same page necessarily right now whenever they're breaking it into the zone. No shots on net, and they really haven't, I don't think they've gotten all 5 guys across the blue line at once yet, and we're halfway through this first.
Benito able to find Tombo. Not able to find the pass. Canary over the line, has a few options. Sees the one-timer, they score! Their first lead of the series. Easy Cha, sniper from the point, picking up where he left off in terms of regular season goal scoring.
And a sniper he is, Sugi. You see, he just picks that glove side of Unique right there. Really, really good shot. And he was someone that we called on saying, hey, Goons is going to need some goal scoring to step up, and he was one of the guys we said maybe he can be the answer. He makes a play right there happen, and all of a sudden, Goons is up after Parasite controlled pretty much all of this first period through the first 13 minutes.
Action continues on. Hopefully, need a restart. Okay, we're looking good there. You never know. Goons score on their first shot on goal here in game number 2. Standing the strong start from Parasite, but here they come. Vatu would have had the short side there. Circula, gonna have to remember that one. He nearly got caught. This shot bouncing around. He's able to find it, and he is forced to cover.
And all of a sudden, Goons has kind of flipped this game on its head, haven't they? I mean, it felt like they didn't have a whole lot going. We were just talking about how they felt disjointed. It's like they heard us and got motivated. They just have been all over it since. Controlling the possession, they're doing so again now.
Space there, the shot forces a big stop out of Nikkei. Wraparound bid as Goons getting some good looks here towards the latter stages of the period.
Yeah, and you know, that's, again, give them their credit for that because they have really been able to find something ever since that really early struggle. So they've gotten something going for them. Now the question, how does Parasite respond?
Well, we're gonna have to see a big response because Goons make it 2-0 here in the first period. Kantala's second goal of the series.
And it was off of just a very basic play, the win back, the shot right off the face-off, and then having a guy crash to try to get that rebound. It's such a difficult play for a team to defend and for a goaltender to stop. Kantala executing it right on the money. Great shot there as well to place that. That's a set play there for Goons that they executed. They did it to perfection.
It was 5 shots to nothing for Parasite to begin the game. Goons record the next 5 shots. And again, a 2-0 lead. I do believe as opposed to a 3, unless I am just totally blanking out. Although, hey, maybe we have a mystic producer here sensing perhaps a 3rd goal. It could be right here. Nikkei, the big save. At least it wasn't to be on that occasion. Final minute of the period, but certainly with the way Goons have played, you don't put it past them to be able to take a 3-0 lead. They have Parasite on the back foot here. Nice shot from Teemu. 3 seconds left. One more chance off the turnover. Shot blocked. And that will do it. What a start for Goons. Surviving the early pressure and now finding the back of the net twice.
Yeah, I mean, in a game that, like we said, kind of feels like they need to win, Goons have come out, especially after a really slow start, and have really turned this game and I think the complexion of the series completely on its head, and they deserve a lot of credit for that. And for Parasite, man, what a difference this game has made ever since that really hot start that they had. Give a lot of credit though to the goaltending and the defensive Goons, especially someone that we haven't talked about much today in Circula, who really did step up there and it really kept Goons in this game early on. I mean, you see the stats are relatively even. Parasite obviously dominating the time on attack as they typically do, but the shots and the opportunities are really what matters, and that's right down the middle. It's dead even. So, give Goons their credit. Parasite, going to be interesting to see here. They've not been used to being in this situation many times this season. So how do they respond, and what is that response going to look like is going to be really fun to see.
Gonna look there at the numbers one more time as we get ready for the second period of play. Again, as always, the action brought to you by our friends at Kovalon Lockertsy. It is game number 2 in this quarterfinal playoff matchup. Our number 1 seed Parasite picking up the victory in game number 1, but trailing here to the 8th seed in Goons. That is why you never say never when it comes to the playoffs. Goons in possession here. Make something happen and extend that lead even further. Benito. Control now for Parasite. Got to get over the line. Defense for Goons does well. Tamu able to win it back. Led all defensemen in scoring. Not only outright scoring, but goals as well with 19 on the season. A chance there again for Kontala, really finding his game as the gameplay has gone on.
Yeah, he's been really, really stellar. And I mean, both goalies, I think, for the most part, have been pretty good, with Nike making some big saves, Kontala making some plays. I mean, everyone's been awesome so far. Circula, it's just been so fun, really, to see these two teams match up, because it's been kind of surprising to see how even they've been.
There's a shot there from Tamu. Good save. Parasite still in control. Tombo's pass to Benito wasn't clean. Out of Tombo one more time. Vatu scores! They've looked for him a couple of times from that rough angle. They finally found him, and he makes no mistake. Parasite on the board.
Well, we are just singing the praises of one goal scorer in Kontala, and now we get to do the same thing in another one in Vatu, both on that left wing side. And Vatu, I mean, the leading goal scorer by a massive margin during the regular season, showing why he is exactly that. Just unreal what he's been able to do and how often Parasite is able to find him. They do so again, and Parasite cuts into that Goons lead, and all of a sudden the pressure maybe shifting a little bit.
See what the response is from Goons. Again, they did well to grab the lead, but now can they hold it? High up on the draw. Nikki Dangle's in control. Quick movement. Combo. DD to Tamu. Fires one just wide. Circula was looking down and out. This one will not go for icing. There's Benito. There's Vatu again. His shot from Benito blocked down. Vatu for Nikki. Dangles couldn't really pull the trigger on the shot. Now the shot there stopped by Nike, as Goons again showing that eagerness to get pucks on net. Emu tries. That one denied. One-timer open side of the net. Crucial block. Parasite as well, showing that willingness to throw pucks on net. They have full pressure here. Combo looking. Circles back. Tried to shoot. Was disrupted. Really exhausted legs out there for Goons, but they are back in control. No opportunity for Canery there. Makes the smart play, dumps that one in. As Benito Finds Tombo. His shot again blocked down by Kontala. Had a steam down the other way, but Teemu. Good play defensively. Benito, the fake shot, gains the line, but still absolutely exhausted. Goons will settle it down, get that stamina back, and try to break in with speed. As Lexa for Kontala, back to the point. Sisu, it deflects. Off the traffic in front. Good movement here. Atu around the back. Nikki Dangles for Benito. Nikki Dangles, phenomenal save for Circula to keep this lead intact for now, as that pass off the mark will force Parasite to reset. Now Nikki Dangles again for Benito. He goes down as Lexa will head to the box. Parasite off to the power play.
Big opportunity here for Parasite to try to tie this game up. Remember, we talked about how the special teams between these two sides so different. Parasite, the best power play in the league at almost 46%, while Goons struggled on the kill a little bit this season at just 70%. So it'll be interesting to kind of see if Parasite can use that advantage to their advantage here in this game from the regular season.
Tie up off the draw. Parasite in control. Teemu, shot denied by the blocker of Circula. Control Benito, the quick toe drag shot. Another big opportunity for Parasite, but the puck is cleared. A bouncing puck settled down.
Delayed penalty. It looks like Parasite's going to have a 5-on-3.
Right you are. I missed the trip. That is Easy Sniper heading to the box. We'll get another look at it. Initially, I thought it was a bump that unsettled him, but no, it is a 5-on-3 for Parasite as they look for the tying goal.
That's big because remember, Goons, a team at the 8th seed playing this team in Parasite, they can't really afford to make those sort of mistakes and give a team like Parasite the odd man 5-on-3 kind of deal. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to kind of see how Goons get themselves out of this. And for Parasite, this has to feel like an opportunity that's right in your wheelhouse. You've been waiting for an opportunity. They've played much better in the second period. I mean, look at the shot difference, too. They have really put a premium on trying to find more shots on net and really finding opportunities. They've done a good job of it so far, and now a lot more space and a lot more room and a lot less defense on the ice for Parasite to have to worry about.
Clean win off the draw, but out of the reach of Tombo. Bring them down to about 20 seconds. Power play time, and that's all they need. Nikki Dangles on the one-timer. We are tied at 2 goals apiece.
And he's been such a playmaker for this team that it sometimes feels like people can forget that Nikki Dangles can put the puck in the net with the best of them. I mean, just a really in-tight, close rip of a 1-2 that went right through the 5-hole of Circula. Really nothing you can do about that as a goalie. And then obviously that 1-2 ability that you see a lot of wingers use, helping them out a little bit there, giving them that extra bit of power to beat the goaltender on that. And just like that, Parasite tie this thing up, and all that momentum Goons built earlier, gone because of those 2 penalties.
As Tombo in control, they still have that power play time. Circle is able to cover.
Now it's another part of it too. There was so much time for the 5-on-3, 46 seconds. So they scored it early, and that allowed for Parasite to still have this power play to work with. So not only was it a rough penalty, but it was a penalty that was timely for Parasite.
As Teemu, a great glove catch in center field to keep it alive. Tries the short side. Good save. Rifles one across. Puck cleared out for Goons. Slightly slower final minute here because of that power play time. One-timer again from Nikki Dangle. Circle of the save. And a big one at that, as Goons have lost their advantage, but at least at the moment aren't trailing.
Yeah, they're just holding on right now, and give Parasite a lot of credit. They were really close there to getting that same exact playoff that they had just scored on. Same side of the ice, right to Nikki Dangles. Good look. Circle just made a better save.
As Goons clear this one out. The first period belonged to them with a 2-0 lead. The second period belongs to Parasite as they tie up this game, setting the stage for the third period.
And now who's going to take the third period? That's really what the story boils down to. Will Parasite continue their momentum, or will Goons turn things once again? And this is a massive period. Biggest period of the series by far so far, just because, as we talked about during that pregame, Toogie, you just feel like a 2-0 series deficit is an awful lot to ask for Goons to try to climb their way out of. And if they can steal one leaving tonight, you gotta feel like that's a win for them. They feel good about that. They'll go into the next games feeling like they've got a good shot and like they can really compete and potentially upset this Parasite team. But you go down to nothing, all of a sudden you're in a situation where you pretty much have to win games 3 and games 4 to have a shot at not having to do something miraculous. So it's going to be really interesting here to see how Goons plays this next period, and even more so if Parasite can continue that momentum, because that was easily their best period of the series right there in period number 2 of game number 2.
One more period of play, at least in regulation. We have already seen a double overtime game here tonight as we get ready for what is certainly looking like it's going to be an interesting third period. Goons not able to hold on to the 2-0 lead. They do still very much have a chance to win this game. Off face off, Goons in control. Get that puck through. Parasite the other way between the legs. Move a shot, they score. Make it 3 unanswered for Parasite as Benito goes to work and Vatu finishes it off. 3-2 now for the number 1 seed.
And you know, we hadn't really called Benito's name often before that play, but boy, when we do, it is always something to lo and behold. And that was a pretty play there from the Parasite captain and centerman, that between the legs deke to create that little bit of space, just dishing it right over to Vatu next to him. A little bit of a different way to get Vatu involved compared to what you usually see, but they do so there, and all of a sudden, Parasite up in front and Goons now the ones chasing.
And that is the elite level skill that Parasite possesses, that at any moment can generate those chances. Second goal of the game for Vatu, third of the series after a 65 goal regular season. An offside call here. Goons need to find an answer. They have been, incredibly solid in this game. It has been an impressive performance, but at the end of the day, the wins are all that matters. It's not going to feel too good to be like, yeah, we put up a fight. They want more than that. Sisu can't get that shot towards goal. For Teemu, he scores! From downtown, Teemu makes it 4 unanswered goals as the surefire defender of the season. Well, fires that one right past Circula.
Yeah, and things have just fallen apart for Goons, and it's not really a whole lot of what they've done wrong necessarily, more as it is what Parasite is doing right. They've opened up their game, they found their rhythm, and I mean, now we're even seeing Teemu back there really get involved and find his way with, like you said, I mean, a deep one-time shot that beat Circula. Really impressive, and now Goons in a situation where they're going to have to really start to get a little bit desperate here and get aggressive to try to make something happen.
It was 5 shots to nothing for Parasite. Goons then put up the next 5 shots and scored 2 goals within those 5 shots. But since then, the shots 15-3 and 4 goals for Parasite. Goons looking for an answer. Kontala has 2 of their 3 goals scored in this series so far, but he took a big hit there. Teemu drags it Out from under him, leads it all the way down the other way. Tried to find Vatu for the 1T. Space here for Goons if they can capitalize. Canery, the low shot, the rebound. Bouncing puck wasn't settled. Ombo denies that opportunity. And a penalty called. Easy just sniper heading back to the box, and it goes from bad to worse for Goons.
Yeah, it's just snowballing right now for Goons, unfortunately. And again, Parasite deserves a ton of credit because they're kind of the ones that caused it. They drew those 2 penalties and they took advantage of that power play. And later on, just kind of rode that momentum the rest of the way. And they're continuing it right now. Goons have got to try to find a way to settle things down, though. It seems like they've gotten out of their game. You see the shot differential right now, too, 20-9. Just got to find the way to calm things down and settle in.
As Goons unable to clear, an injury for Tombo. One-timer from Temu. Rockets off the post. Certainly feels like a 5th goal for Parasite would do it.
And you just thought he maybe would have had it there. It was so close as you get another look at that big hit that Tombo took. We talk about how Goons is a team that just throws the hits around a lot. A Goons team that actually during the spring 24 season broke the all-time ECL record for most hits in the season and lead the league in hits once again this season for the 6th season out of the last 7. So a team that loves throwing around the body. They showed you that right there.
Get a look at the numbers, of course. The stats pretty weighted towards one side, except for the face-offs, of course. We thought that there was a good chance of it being a competitive matchup in that regard. But for Goons now, again, 4 unanswered goals surrendered. They need to find a way. Strike here, and I was afraid of that. Oh, goodness. Well, we're not going to be able to feign excitement about needing a restart at this point of the game or this point of the broadcast. That is for sure, but something clearly happened. I don't know how this happens so consistently, why this happens so consistently, but it does. It sure does. And, well, hey, you got to look at the numbers there, of course. We will need a restart coming up here. And, well, we'll be ready for the action to continue once the teams are ready to go. It's been a long broadcast, and it just got longer. We'll be back in a few moments. Stick with us.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
We are back for the continuation of this game and what has ultimately been decided. Of course, an automatic penalty taken, because that was the last thing that we saw, is to make up for the time that would have been lost, you know, the end of the first period, the slower minutes. We are essentially going to be playing out this full period to try and offset the difference. Again, it is still a 4-2 lead for Parasite as they go to the power play here. See what they are capable of. Or will we? All right, apparently they're waiting 30 seconds to kill time off the clock. You know, it's always good when they come up with incredibly complicated ways to do this. Of course, I blame EA first and foremost because we don't have a scenario mode or anything like that to be able to set up. You know, it's not like we've had you know, organized leagues out of sixes for 15 years or anything like that.
Or scenario modes in past games that were 15 to 20 years old.
Fun times. As Tombo to Benito. And unfortunately, the wait was not worth it for Goons. Parasite make it 5-2 on the power play tally. 5 unanswered goals.
The wait was indeed not worth it, and you know that's just what Parasite does. They just come and they strike, and when they do, you feel it, and you feel it for a long time. It feels like, and Benito all of a sudden has really put his stamp on this series. Didn't really call his name much at all in Game 1. Didn't really hear much from him in Period 1 either. Parasite in general struggled in Period 1. Remember, they were down 2-0 in this game, but then it just felt like everyone, especially those three forwards of Parasite, really took over, and Benito has been one of the ones really spearheading that run.
We'll see if Goons, I mean, they do have a lot of time now to try and battle back in what is technically the third period here. Poke check there by Tombo. The other way, Vatu not able to maintain possession. Who's now in need of 3 goals. They have space here, and they do find one. As Easy Sniper makes up for the penalty taken. And Goons have one back.
Yeah, and how about this second goal, by the way, for Easy Shot Sniper? He got the second goal in that first period earlier that took the lead for Goons. So, second time tonight he's gotten on the board, but nevertheless, that's a big goal there for Goons. They need to try to find some momentum like that, being down by 3, and now they cut the lead down to 2. You still got some time, and remember, it was only around 9 minutes left in that third period, and they get the benefit of getting this whole period back due to the lag out. So maybe even getting a little bit more time than what they would have had if the original third period had stuck out. So, you know, maybe things looking up for Goons. We still got a game, I think, here, too. It's not over yet.
Long way to go upon the restart. A goal for each team in the first 4.5 minutes. Sent down the wall. Benito looking. Can't find the play in front. Trying to get Contola going here. A little bit of space. Sends it across. Big stop by Nike. Important goal there to keep the 2-goal lead intact. As Temu fires one. Give the goalie got a big piece of that one. Well, one shot on. I guess he missed. They'll have another opportunity here, perhaps. One timer for Vatu, breaks his stick. He dangles. That's his way over to Tombo, who draws a call. Parasite back to the power play.
Parasite back to the power play, and remember that 46% or near 46% power play percentage from the regular season, while Goons struggled on the PK at around 70. So not what Goons needed, and man, you feel like the penalties have really been killing them. That's where this run really got started for Parasite. Goons had a 2-1 lead, and then Parasite got back-to-back penalties to go in their favor, and they took advantage and got the tying mark right after and never looked back. So penalties have been a killer so far for Goons, and it might be again here.
Good glove save for Circula there. 11:51 remaining. And Vatu has another one. It's another power play tally for Parasite. And again, the lead is 3.
Yeah, I mean, just he does it in every way, doesn't he? I mean, wrist shots, one-timers, quick shots. I mean, plays off of the face-off where he just kind of picks up the puck and just kind of taps it in. I mean, it just feels like any possible way Vatu can score, he's gonna score. I mean, the only way he hasn't scored this season, it feels like, is from the penalty box. I mean, he has just been absolutely spectacular, and that's a massive goal for Parasite. Kind of dampers any potential comeback Goons could potentially have unless they just really, really get on a run of form here over the next few minutes.
6-3 now, the score here in game 2. Again, I talked about the score line and Goons starting things off and just not being able to maintain that lead. It certainly didn't look like it was going to be this one-sided of a score line with 6 goals surrendered. As Contola can't get the shot off. Good chance for Canary. Shot on deflected. Contola throws one on. Stopped again by Nike. Good interception here for Canary. Does he have the speed? Does he have the space? It's chipped out down the other way. It will go for icing. $7:45 now remaining. A short side shot there for Contola denied. Goons now with full pressure, but not able to maintain it. Teemu and alone, he's exhausted. Windmills to the outside. Good effort there, but the full pressure really denying him the opportunity. There are 5 minutes left now. As it looks like Parasite will indeed take a 2-0 series lead. Shot on there, another save for Nike. Second chance for Teemu was a bit too far out. And the puck is frozen.
And now this is going to be interesting, I think, for Goons to just kind of see where they go from here. And obviously a really good performance in that first period. Just, and almost a chance there for Parasite. A really good performance there in that first period, but it just felt like, to get the momentum, when it got rolling, there just really wasn't much they could do about it. Parasite just kept pounding and pounding and pounding, and Goons got that third goal. It looked like they maybe have something to respond with, but it's just not been consistent enough. It just feels like that gap that we talked about that there seems to be between these two teams has kind of shown itself a little bit more in this game compared to game 1.
The time is just about done. One more chance here for Goons. Perhaps a diving effort from Tombo takes it away. Another block, and that will do it. Parasite up 2-0 in this series, winning game 2 by the score of 6-3.
And a well-earned win for Parasite. You know, you'd almost forget that they were down 2-0 earlier in this game, but so much time left and such a talented team. You knew that they were going to make a run at it. Little did you know that they would win 6-3 and make it look rather convincing at the end of the day. So very, very impressive performance for Parasite. Again, don't discredit Goons. They, they're more than one person, but Goons, they did a good job in this one. Really kind of staying in it. I thought they had some really good moments, not just in game 1, but in game 2 as well. I mean, you see, they outshot them in that third period. So really, Goons, despite the tough result, despite the 2-0 series deficit, I still think that they have some things that they can take from these 2 games and carry over in the game 3. You got some time to kind of sit back, talk things over, while for Parasite, just again, continuing their dominance, business as usual. Vatu doing what he's doing, Nikki Dangle's doing what he's doing, Benito doing what he's doing. Really didn't say too much about Unique, not one of his, more highly talked about games, but still played rather well. So, give this Parasite team a lot of credit. They just continue to dominate, and it's not as easy as what they make it look.
Again, they get the better of Goons in the restart. They walk away with the victory here, the set of victories, and are 2 wins away from making it to the Final Four. And of course, their ultimate goal is to hopefully for them make it to our live final at Assembly on February 20th, Thursday, February 20th. But for now, we'll throw it back to us here as we bring the night of action to a close. We want to thank all of you for joining us here at SportsGamer as always. And again, a reminder, there will be more coverage tomorrow, this time of our Pro Division as Rutik take on Gotham Knights. So make sure to tune in for that one. You see there a 1-1 series scoreline. We'll be covering the rest of that series, however many games it takes. We know we'll have at least, 3 more games for that particular matchup. But for now, we will bring things to a close. Again, a big thank you for joining us all here. SportsGamer.gg for all the most up-to-date information that you may need. And until next time, thanks again for watching, and we'll see you then.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Carcass, like you mentioned, he is main puck carrier for this team in a wraparound bid. And that short side shot forces Kazu to make his first official save of the game. Point face-off winning percentage advantage for Harlow over Moja in terms of regular season play. Black draw, Totreed able to get that quick out pass. Filipaki across, they score.
That, but it looked like he kind of slowed up just a little bit, and that gave the extra room for Harlow to really be able to kind of skate through and get past.
Marcus has Oyala, does a great job to get the puck to him. He fires one on. Opportunity, Stammer covers this time. Cotarita bent on the back foot, but they're not surrendering too many quality chances.
Yeah.
Finger tries to find Hikari. He does get the puck back. Hikari for Landstrom, the odd angle shot, and again, Stammer. Kotari can get the breakout. Here for Sega Sormi, poke loose. Stammer has to poke it away to hold the line, and again, loose puck all the way back. To the Kotari zone, Wenger steps up, forces the turnover. Landstrom's shot is blocked. As Hikari not able to work his way through. Hikari Landstrom shot apart the Totari counterattack. The one instance where they didn't, Totari were able to strike, and we only have 5 minutes left in this game in regulation. Jason off the draw, another opportunity. Draw another opportunity for Landstrom, and a third. Stammer able to cover. Sure. Oyala trying to hold, not much space, and indeed can't hold it. Tremendous outlet pass. Landstrom saved by Stammer. Tired legs here in the final minute. Finds Profilipaki, scores. Pots it.
And how about that little breakaway move from Profilipaki? Just very subtly and slightly sold the opportunity for that.
Flip. One timer there. That one doesn't go. Final moments. Wenger, Landstrom, glove save, and Oyala, the big hit. That will do it. One shutout in 28 games in the regular season. Yeah, Major, again, quality over quantity. When it works, but when it doesn't, it really doesn't. That's not
to get a goal early to take the lead.
Hikari to the box. The power play opportunity coming up. Down low, patient with the puck. Timer from range. Another stop by Kazu. With do anything there. As that one paddled away by Stammer. Forehand finds Profilipaki, loose puck, and it is being waved off as it crosses the goal line. A wake-up call perhaps for Exon. Here they come on the attack. Baker tries the short side, kept out by Stammer. All the way back as well, a lot of possession time. He passed, Domi. From Wenger, and another save. Pass off the mark, Moji keeps it in. Full pressure about to expire. Banger's shot, excellent block by Carcass. Pressure off, but still very tired legs out there. One-timer for Landstrom, another stop by Stammer. The line in front for Peakery. And another save by Stammer. Puck dumped to the far side corner. Profilipaki tries to get it towards goal. A little trouble for Kazu, look to play it out. Yeah, 65 goal season and shortened season for Vatu. But a trip here and a power play coming up for Exon. Defense able to pick it off. Landstrom now with speed across, an active stick in regulation. Puck dumped into that far side. Time hip check. Marlowe wins it back. Looking one. Wanted Profilipaki broken up. He gets it back. Able to find another follow-up pass. Less than 90 seconds. Here's Landstrom. Has a chance. Toe drag. Great quick pass for Harlow. Carcass stepping up. Feet in front. Profilipaki haven't been able to find that offensive output they would have been hoping for as well. Exon have played solidly.
Put the puck on a lot either. 4 free shots in the league, so it's not been their strong suit necessarily either, but they're gonna have to find a way now.
Stride has it now. Circles one-timer. That one just missed. Has it knocked away. Wins it back. Carcass at the point. Shot deflected. That one clips the post. Wenger. Moja, puck in a dangerous spot. Their way in, could hit one more time. Counter attack here for Totorit. Oyala in front, and a good save by Kazu. This over the line has Oyala. Point one more time. TDD one-timer save, rebound. Oyala not able to find Profilipaki, but Totorit win it back. The shot, rebound, and another big set of saves. Trying to generate speed. Profilipaki protects, gets it towards goal. It finds its way in, but for the second time in this game, there's Profilipaki there. Feet in front, they score! Out of no game winner in as many games, Totorit up 2-0 in the series after a double overtime.
Chances, you have to take advantage of them because you know that Parasite can strike, bite you at any second. That's exactly what happened there. They only had one shot on.
Hold on. A chance there. Pulled out of the an own goal, and it is ultimately an own goal. Worst case scenario for Goons. Nick. A little bit of trouble getting out of their own zone. They finally find space. Force in front there. Good look. And a penalty called. Third penalty
Series so far.
Forehand D-to-D pass. Goons trying to find their way through. Great stop by Nike on. Angles quickly for Temu. Final minute here in the second period. Oh, Vatu's shot. Locked down. Combos as well. Benito towards goal. Circula has it. Gonna try to find success through their physicality. And a shot, they score! Circula finding the space on the short side. Top shelf. And we have ourselves a hockey game. Puck here yet again. It's back to Sisu, deflection off the posts.
To now Parasite on their heels just a little bit here.
Space here for Vatu. Big save. Picked off by Circle or Kontala, I should say. Does he have the pace? The spin just wide of the post. Sight have it back again. Numbers now down the other way. Vatu for Benito. Short side stopped by Circula. Side 1T and Nicky Dangles almost had a breakaway there. Goons keep it alive. Shot on, stopped by Nikke. Another shot saved by Nikke. But Parasite get the win nonetheless. 2-1 the final score. Parasites back at it. Parasite in the road whites for this one. We'll see. They're gonna find that one towards the front. Circle is there to make a play on the puck and cover. Good movement here. They find that shooting opportunity. Nito over the line, has a few options. Sees the one-timer, they score!
One that we called on saying, hey, Goons is going to need some goal scoring to step up, and he was one of the guys we said maybe he can be the answer. All over it since. Controlling the possession, they're doing so again now.
Is there the shot, forces a big stop out of Nikke. Well, we're going to have to see a big response because Goons make it 2-0 here. The period, but certainly with the way Goons have played, you don't put it past them to be able to take a 3-0 lead. They have Parasite on the back foot here. Nice shot. Scores! They've looked for him a couple of times.
Praises of one goal scorer in Kontala, and now we get to do the same thing and another one in Vatu. Both on that left wing side, and Vatu, I mean, the
quick movement. Combo, Temu fires one just wide. Good movement here. Vatu around the back. Nicky Dangles for Benito. Nicky Dangles, phenomenal. Now Nicky Dangles again for Benito. He goes down. As Alexa will head to the box. Bouncing puck settled down.
Bring
them down to about 20 seconds. Outplay time, and that's all they need. Nicky Dangles on the one-timer. We are
just a really in-tight, close rip of a 1-2 that went right through the five-fold circle. Really nothing you can do about that as a goalie.
Temu, a great glove catch in center field to keep it alive. Tries the short side. Good save because of that power play time. One-timer again from Nicky Dangle. Circle of that shot towards goal. For Temu, he scores! From able to clear. Injury for Combo. One-timer from Temu. Rockets off the post. As Combo to Benito. And unfortunately, the wait was not worth it for Goons. Pulse. They have space here, and they do find one. As Easy to Sniper makes up for the penalty take.
Momentum like that, being down by 3, and now they cut the lead down to 2. You still got some time, and remember, there's only around 9 minutes left in that third.
Kontala going here. The space sends it across. Big stop by Nikke. And Vatu has another one. It's another power play tally for with 6 goals surrendered. As Kontala can't get the shot off. Good chance for Canary. Shot on deflected. Kontala throws one on. Stopped again by Nikke. Combo takes it away. Another block. And that will do it. Parasite up 2-0 in this series.